What's up, guys? It's your boy GRC. Who would have thought opening up for such an amazing crowd? I got dragged into this crazy information tunnel and Telegram from AXiSALiVE, and it's been absolutely incredible. In the beginning, I could hardly tell what he was talking about. As we got more into it, talking to whales, talking to Orca, basically at the root of all this, and at the root of what all of us on the panel pretty much talk about, is we like truth and transparency. But sometimes it's kind of hard to punch through that. You know, with the intellectual crowd that we have, we kind of have the luxury to talk about some of our most like creative ideas. And Axis has spent hours and hours and done a million slides, just showing everyone from a whole macro timeline. Just basically, he's showing us a lot of stuff. We're going from the macro market discussion to, I don't even know how to describe it, to be honest, but we got AXiSALiVE.
Well, there's a lot of adoption curves in there, bud. Think of that.
There's lots of adoption curves. There's lots of charts.
Dude, there's people changing and evolving. There's a massive change that's going on. Bring us up. We got to talk about it.
Bring them up, guys. I'm sorry.
No, dude. No, thank you. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. It's like a lot of ideas that are thrown around. So,
yeah, I know. We were talking about all this stuff, guys. And to be honest, it is a lot for me. I'm learning from these guys. You know what I mean? And I try to take as much in as I can, because as you guys know, the conversations get a little intense.
Safe to say.
There
wasn't any fighting going on like for 3 hours before this happened.
No, it's been absolutely interesting for me.
Yeah. So welcome everybody in. I brought together some of the brightest minds in crypto tonight to try to describe the macro picture. Tonight we're going to be taking a look at two main factors that's driving adoption and fighting adoption. One is the resistance in the world. That could be resistance in the form of economic resistance, political resistance. It could be a resource resistance in the form of not being able to acquire enough energy, or it could be capital that's no longer available for us, that might be putting different pressures on different aging systems. And so what we want to do is we want to reorient ourselves and shine light on those things that are being overlooked right now, and where, you know, where the macro, where they want, when I say they, where the smart money wants you to be looking is away from what's the answer. And the reason why they would want to do that is so that they can keep their position of power and control in the world. And that's not to say that that's a bad thing, because we're at probably the most abundant and high times for society globally that we've ever been in the last 13,000 years. And that's a good thing, but there's a lot of reason to think that there's maybe a lot of opportunity there to improve, and that there might be, that might not everything be fear and negativity based, and that there is like maybe like a path forward. So what we're going to try to do is try to take us through the resistance, take us through history, explain these market cycles as best as we can, explain where the money's flowing, and hopefully by the end of today we'll land on sound money and everybody will be a little bit better able to explain it. All right. So I would like to introduce Wales first. Of course, everybody knows Wales, and maybe have him just have his pre-show thoughts on where this conversation is headed.
Sure, thanks, brother. Just want to say what's up to everybody out there. As you guys know, we've kind of been rehashing. Oh, okay. So just for those that might not know, the stream is playing on my channel. I saw that somebody said it wasn't, but it is. I'm gonna put the link out there on what is it called, on Twitter, just so people can find it if they want to watch it. But anyways, moving on. The whole purpose of this stream is to kind of orientate people's compass, right? We kind of want to guide people if they're off track and put people back on track if they were on and fell off, and then just try to make sure that everybody is seeing what they need to be seeing, because it's exactly as Axis just said. And these are things that we've highlighted before. And this is why we've done, we've had conversations about sentiment like this. They don't want you looking where you need to be looking. And this is why everything about anything that's beneficial to you is always negative, never positive. And this is why we go through these seemingly never-ending streams to cover all these complex topics, because they can seem straightforward to some of us, but it's not straightforward to everybody. And I think that making this concerted effort is what's going to help us move forward as a society, because it's easy to just think for yourself, but what about the person to your left and right? Everybody isn't built to think that far ahead. So sometimes it takes a little nudge, a little push to get us on that right frame of mind. And hopefully these streams do just that, because that's basically what it's about. It's just helping people understand where we're at so they can realize where it is that they have to go.
Awesome.
And hopefully that pretty much lines it up for everybody.
For sure.
Now, if you guys haven't heard us talk about any of these concepts before, don't be dismayed by the fact that they sound a little complex, because at the end of the day, the objective is to give you an eye-opening bout of just information, right? Because we have like 40, 50 slides in total, and the conversation, it can get really deep sometimes when you're having these complex topics to discuss. And you got to kind of sit down and think about the things that are not visible sometimes, because it's the things that you can't see that get you a lot of the time. And that's kind of why we're going through this stream, because it's like, everybody looks at the price of Hex. Oh, it's 3-4 cents, blah, 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 blah. It was 95% drop, this and that. And, it's like we've gone over time and time again. You have to understand that the problem isn't Hex, because nothing's changed there. The problem is the unit of count. And to get to the point where that's somewhat obvious or not hard to see, there's a lot of other things you have to understand. And it's hard because it's not supposed to be easy. So that's,
if it was easy, it wouldn't be worth
focus
doing,
on.
basically.
How do I get to the point where I understand what's not visible? And hopefully this stream helps us accomplish, or help you get to the point where you can accomplish that goal.
Cool.
So am I just going to keep rambling on? Is anybody else going to jump in?
Real quick, I just want to give a shout out to the super chat to MT Coiner.
Axis, Orca.
Shout out to all the savages in the chat.
Because I don't want to just hog the stream. You know what I mean? But I can if you want me to. Just let me know. Because nobody else is saying anything. So.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, I wanted to also introduce Orca. I brought him on because his whole shtick is the philosophical look
I not hear
on
anything?
a lot of this. I don't think Wales can hear us right now.
I hear Wales.
I hear
do you
Wales.
hear us?
I gotta refresh myself. Excuse me, guys.
Okay. I wonder if that was okay. So, anyways, I brought Orca in here because he's a legend in the Twitter spaces, for like taking the other side of the discussion when it comes to blockchain and when it comes to a lot of the new technology that's that he's basically kind of like involved in exposing, because he's been in the space for a very long time, and so he's got a big broad view of kind of like where the tech's headed. So it's going to be good to bounce ideas off him and get his take on, just the learnings of years and years of just research and time spent on the web, essentially. So if he wants to take it away and give us a little, maybe some pre-stream thoughts about what you want to, kind of some of the things that you're thinking and want to
Yeah.
speak up on.
So my brain's a little rattled right now because I just dumped like a half a gallon of iced coffee on my last computer. So I had to like pivot real quick and get on this crappy device. But, that's life.
Damn.
Yeah,
how it
super,
goes.
Dude, the
super
things we
clutch.
do for people, we spill literal coffee on our shit to get shit
Yeah.
going.
Literally, so clutch, so clutch. Really cursing up a storm a couple seconds ago, but it's over with now. So, the thing that I really love about the slides that Axis has put together for us and that we've been collaborating on this conversation for is sort of melding the two worlds of technology as well as your interpersonal human experience, of philosophical power behind blockchain and behind the movement towards a decentralized future. And that's where a lot of my passion resonates with regard to the technology that is, we're still in a very infantile stage. We have for a little over a decade, but in human years, it's a child. It doesn't have any real legs beneath it yet. So the crazy thing about technology is that it advances so quickly that we're already moving in terms of like light speed ahead of technology that we're familiar with. And so for people that are getting involved in Web3, it's important to have context with regard to why this technology matters, how it differs from the traditional world of investment, how their similarities dictate that they are one and the same, that there is so much that separates them. Core concepts may be relevant between the two, but that when you begin to look at the world from a Web3 perspective or a decentralized ledger perspective, it really actually becomes more of a human spirit conversation than it does about a financial conversation. And we'll do our best to combine those two worlds to make it as tangible and familiar for as many people as possible. But as you'll see in this presentation, probably something unlike any blockchain presentation you've seen before, beg discourse on the human element that is involved in this highly computerized and technical world. So that's what I'm most excited about, is sort of blurring that line and melding those two worlds together, because in Web3, you're not going to have one without the other. And we do stand on everything that we've learned can be useful in the future, but it may require us unlearning a lot of what we have been familiar with in order to get the most out of this experience.
Oh yeah, very good. Yeah, and to add to that, I think that it's important to just make people remember that we're headed toward a world where if you want sovereign power over your money, over your life, and you want to be the driver of your life, both spiritually, career-wise, you don't want to work for the man, you want to see mad gains, you want to have all these, you want to basically manifest your dream life. That is possible in a blockchain world. And I think when you combine some simple understandings of physics with some timely blockchain information, like those two tools become very, very powerful in allowing you to unlock the secrets of your own universe, so to speak. So
Yeah, I'm kind of going through it in real time too, and that's why I'm so excited to be here too. It's like I'm going through a very transformative period in my life, and I happen to be dealing pretty much 100% in crypto world, which is just odd to even say. And I've been asking these guys for help constantly. You know what I mean? Just help here, advice. I just open up to I open up to people. Whether I know them that well or not, and these guys have been super open and super honest with me the whole time, never held back anything, good advice. And I appreciate all these, like when you guys are taking taking us through these slides, like there's a lot of this that I can relate to personally. Like
Yeah,
as
I mean,
go through.
Jimrad, I agree with you, and I think even just from a blockchain angle, the blockchain does not allow you at the most fundamental level to lie. I mean, it's a transparent like tool, so like the behavior is transparent, and so so like a community that's completely that bases their peer-to-peer transfer of value on a honest 95% transparent like on-chain trading volume. Like when you have that level of like that fact that everybody can see into that world, and it's like you're very careful, you know, if you're going to be mischievous to have even more secure OPSEC, or like so it begs the user to have to go to extra lengths to be nefarious. And I think like it's just easier to be good in this world. So blockchain kind of enables people to make easy, good decisions and they are also very fruitful. So like I think what this presentation is trying to do is explain that from a holistic knowledge systems point of view. So without further ado, I guess we could pull up the slides here, Bullish. I'm gonna just go through the two or three slides, and I'm gonna open up the discussion. By the way, Wales, your intro was awesome, dude.
I
you
actually
couldn't hear us,
want
but I was like, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like,
Yeah, I couldn't hear you guys. I had to refresh, but I just want to piggyback off what you guys just said because, I think this, like you guys said, what I've been trying to say with math, with words for fucking a year and a half.
yeah.
And I just couldn't figure it out. It's about making the optimal decision at all times because what happens is in the legacy side, in the traditional finance world, you can't do that. You're incentivized to make the
and like
irrational.
and Wales, like we're gonna show in these slides in here is how that whole system is manipulated, and it is in the data in the charts, and you can see the manipulation. And we go in there and in fine granular detail, we're going to show people the manipulation in the Fed system and the legacy system.
100%, because that's what it's about.
So let's let them have it. So welcome to Radial. Radial is a human evolutionary movement that is a function of the changing of the times. It's a function of the technology that we have. It's a function of humanity growing and becoming more interconnected. Like a neural network in your mind adds synapses to become smarter, the same way human connections through the internet and other new tools are creating that same permeability of ideas. And it's happening at a superluminal rate, which means it's happening at like a rate so fast that regular old political friction just can't stand up to the might of the human race, so to speak. So these slides are for edutainment purposes only. Any forward-looking price statements or anything that you might think to want to trade off of, or that is financial advice, that is absolutely not what's going on here. So just to be clear, this is completely for entertainment purposes. Disclaimer. Well, we added more than just 3 guys. There's a few of us now. There's 5 of us. So 6 of us. So, we're a group of guys on the internet with an extensive history of research and skills. If you've been following us for over a year, you know that we only talk out of our ass half of the time. So, we might not be experts on every topic in here, but we're trying to draw parallels between these industries, these ideas, these epochs of time, and these understandings of physics to try to create a whole systems of knowledge so you guys can have a really strong foundation. And with the current, I mean, a lot of us that are listening in are American. So like with a lot of the West going kind of in a Rome type direction, I mean, I don't mean to be so harsh with my wording, but like the decline of the West is very real, and we don't want to gloss over that. So we feel it is in the best interest of society at large to expose the truth and just remind everybody of the shifts that's occurring on Earth right now. And just remind everybody that's not just East versus West, but it's actually a global shift that's happening in due part to lots of different layers, which we will try to dive into. So position yourself accordingly. Today we're just going to go into parts 1 and parts 2 of this talk, and then on Sunday we're actually going to dig deeper into the spiritual and human element of this, and maybe dive even deeper into the physics of how the mind works and why that might be important for making these calculated, honest decisions for your financial life and for your life as you want it to be, not as the world is impressing on you. So the basis of this talk, and I want you guys to chime in, is time, energy, and currency. What are the parallels? What's the opposite of each? Like, you know, maybe if the original thinking here was that maybe if we can understand time better and we can understand energy better, we can better understand currency and what it is and when it is. Because what you'll come to find is that currency is of the time. So, as the ages progress, the currencies have changed. But have they? And we'll dig into that. Until blockchain, there could be an argument that, maybe nothing really ever did quite change. So just some questions to start us off, and then I'll let you guys have at it. This originally started as a conversation on Twitter where I hit up Orca and I was like, "Hey, dude, check out this Spaces. They're talking about nuclear energy and inflation and stuff." And we just talked a little bit about that on the side, and he responded like, "This is the research I do all day. Nothing significant new for me here. I just enjoy boomers come super close to the solution given their experience with root causes and then totally missing out because they're too old to stay in touch." And this couldn't be more true of something like blockchain, because twofold. Because one, the markets are so small, and so maybe they don't seem relevant to interested parties or parties that should be interested, but also because they are living in a system of uh, resistance to change. And when we go dig into adoption curves later, you're going to see that makes sense because, on the world stage, when everything's shifting and changing, and you don't really know maybe what currency to store your wealth in, that it might be easy to just say, like precious metals have worked for 3,000 years, so that's where I'm going to go. But when we say that they want you looking one way so that they can do the other thing, we mean that. Like, yeah, it's comforting to know that you will lose less of your purchasing power by being in gold or silver. But wouldn't you rather make like a 10,000x on a huge new opportunity in computing? Like, it doesn't seem like a very smart, forward-looking decision, especially when you can protect yourself with cool tools like Hex's share rate, right? Something that protects old and new users over time. So, do you guys want to maybe comment on like what kind of resistances you see as far as like maybe political interference or special interests or other things like that?
I guess I'll chime in real quick. I guess I think I kind of broke it down best when we saw Bitcoin going sideways for a whole year while mainstream media, both in the financial and the mainstream fronts, were parroting all the beautiful things about NFTs and Bitcoin that they could, and Ethereum, to get all the suckers to buy for a whole year. I've talked about this ad nauseum, and this is exactly what we're talking about. Because what did they just do? After they talked you up and worked up your sensibilities to allow you to invest any of your hard-earned fiat into the top, they then pulled the rug on you. They tipped the boat to the other side, and now you're capsized and you can't get out from under the water. That's what being underwater is. And how'd that happen? That happened because they had you looking left when you should have been looking right. And this is exactly what they're doing now once again. They don't want you looking at any crypto. Look at all the headlines they're dropping left and right daily. I mean, they're comical. If you know what this technology is, all you can do is laugh. And that's all I'll add to that this moment.
I agree. I mean, Wales knows as well as anybody that the forces that have influential mass marketing and mass media power are not stepping up to the ordinary consumer. And even at the institutional level of regulators, the narrative of consumer protection is so tongue-in-cheek, if not entirely a stab in the back. The structure that has made, we're speaking to Western culture, that state's so powerful, in many ways acts adversarial to the consumers that have allowed it to become so powerful. And the relationship between regulatory agencies, private sector, private interests, and the obfuscation of the retail investor has created sort of this paradigm of a self-fulfilling prophecy economy, where those who already stand in positions of success stand to succeed disproportionately further into the future. And blockchain technology does provide an opportunity to disrupt that paradigm. So you can't expect these current players to in any way help you realize that. It doesn't serve their current positions or their private interests. And so the number one quality of blockchain technology would be that it is censorship resistant. And when you give humans the freedom of expression, which is why maybe I take sort of a United States centric approach, is that's the founding principle essentially, is your right to vote, your freedom of speech, expression, right to assemble. Those freedoms, First Amendment and the Bill of Rights, are so paramount to producing an equitable world, and a world that doesn't serve a select few at the expense of the great many, but rather allows humans to come together in outcomes that are different than the sum of the parts. And when we utilize this technology, we ultimately unlock that human spirit of creativity and the tool building, the community building, the development of new technology and tools that allow humans to take a step forward into what is largely unrecognizable when compared to eras of the past. And so, as we'll get into, it's important to keep a context of how fast the world is changing today versus how fast it has changed before, because what institutions in many ways are slowing down progress, but ultimately don't have the final say in whether or not we continue to progress.
Yeah.
The really narrative on feet also is very odd to me. Like it's odd to me, not for like, I guess, savvy internet guys. I guess you can kind of take them out of the loop, but for like the average person, like a lot of the people that I grew up with, my family, I hear the most ridiculous words come out of their mouth. Things like, I don't want to be rich. Like all these weird excuses for not wanting to adopt a technology or not even wanting to look in that direction. Because I think someone inside of them, they're just holding themselves and hoping to God that the government can do something to like to make it not happen almost.
Yeah. Yeah. Like almost like they're having like not buying, the buyer's remorse for not buying. And so like, or maybe that they're just so scared to learn something new. What a terrible place to be. You know what I mean?
But we're already on the internet. All you have to do is click the browser tab on the top right.
That's scary for some
That's
people.
what I don't understand. It's like you're already doing it. You're already doing it. You just have to do it
because
over
they
there.
create resistances in their own mind.
Yes.
So we're gonna dig into that. We're gonna dig into resistance. All right. So how about this? Part 1, resistance. We're moving from an old world to a new world, and you're going to see this spiral shape happen a lot throughout this presentation over the next 2 broadcasts. So I just want you to keep an eye out for that and try to see how that might be drawing some similarities and parallels. All right. So in the old world, we're dealing currently with a bear market that's a product of some extreme leverage that was used, but that's in particular in crypto. But this is also just this simple credit contraction cycle of over leveraged debt essentially, and nobody was worse about that and manipulating that than the Federal Reserve itself. And it'll become clear later on when you start to see how the East is trying to pull away from the West and even abandon the SWIFT system, the SWIFT payment system, which is the main U.S. dollar trading system in the world. They're trying to abandon it and replace it with a central bank digital currency. It's amazing. So we're going to dig into that. We're going to talk a little bit about the powerful people in the world, kind of what powerful people put us here over the last 30 to 50 years, and then kind of like the powerful people that are trying to change the game completely. We're going to look a little bit at the energy sector and just kind of see where we sit and why gas prices are where they are, and kind of make some conjecture on that. We're going to look a little bit into history. We want to talk about healthcare from it being capitalized. And when I say capitalized, I mean corporatized, like corporate feudalism. Like it probably is more profitable to solve a symptom with more and more pills that you can charge for than it is to find the root cause of a disease and cure it on the spot. And I think that we'll look deeper into that and try to discover if that same philosophy isn't just something that pervades the entire American free money capitalist. And when I say free money, the money printer free money, not the free market. That's different. That's kind of what Bitcoin and crypto does, is it's truly a free market that can swing violently with the tides of emotions and markets, different levers that national currency holders have on and have as like the control structures over that, right? So we'll dig into that. And then we're going to talk about hyperinflation and some of the crypto cabals, and then kind of hopefully end up on sound money, like some sort of a sound money standard, like some way out that, a lot of people watching this stream are going to probably know about through, if you're in Hex, you're way ahead of the curve. So many of us know this, but many of us might not know why we know this. So hopefully we can dig a little bit deeper into that. So here we have our first slide. Market cycles are life cycles. And I want you to pay attention to that black box in the upper left under market. It says emotional behavior cycles. And I want you to pay attention to the different emotions that lead around the circle. Like you go from being bold, patient, and faithful to fearful, impatient, and hopeless. And then those people that, as the price, let's apply this to markets, right? So when the prices are going up, or when you're bottoming on a formation on a chart and you're starting to come up, you're bold, you're bold, you're getting in on the low, you're patient, you can wait a year or two with this investment, and you have faith that you've done your research and you're going to watch this thing play out to its fulfillment for you. And then let's say it peaks and maybe you didn't sell the top, or you got imbalanced, or you got your friend in on the top and they're mad at you, and so then it tends to be another emotional cycle downward swing where you're thinking more fearful and you're impatient, hopeless, and that can then lead to the death from a rebirth, life, death, decay cycle into the most negative emotions, which is where you take on the most risk when you shouldn't be, and it's tends to be the old thinking that wants to adopt a safer way of doing things, but it tends to be the one that gets flipped the hardest because you're on the wrong side of the trade. And so then those people are also depending on luck to make a good outcome for them. And then through the decay of their ashes, essentially, a new breed of investor class is formed. And that's like the new safe and smart investor class, that money that comes into a market. And you can see that on the growth GDP chart down below in yellow. It just kind of shows you this, again, this oscillating wave of debt accumulation and then the deleveraging event, which happens quite quickly. And then once the smart money's bought everybody's bags up, there's a reflation moment. So where are we on this chart right now? I'll let you guys kind of chime in.
I mean, we are all pretty familiar with some of the shapes of the price charts that people are looking at, both in crypto and in the index funds. I'm not convinced that for crypto that we have seen what they call like max pain. I think you could also look at some of the macro environment clues, right? If we're reading the tea leaves and we suspect that interest rates will continue to hike, we probably haven't seen the housing cool off, or even worse, possibly take some people from the homes that they have financed. So we're still, enjoying that nice, gentle ride down our sled slope, in my opinion. That is evidenced by some of the narratives that you see on the news. For anyone that follows me on Twitter, I like to almost troll the mainstream publications, because if you look at the news that you see in like the earliest, like 4 a.m. Eastern, they'll roll out some news stories about where the market seems it should be going, and then by noon that day, you get a 180-degree, totally different story. So it's for the most part, it's optimistic during hours that the majority of retail investors can't even touch their investments. Opening bell rings, people are moving into position to take these optimistic positions, and then by noon that day, they're underwater, like Wales had said, and they've likely put themselves in a difficult position to recover from that. So those are the sorts of illustrations that I would expect to see on the way down. Everyone wants to be at the bottom. Everyone wants the pain to be over and for their investments to begin turning green again and to appreciate again. So when you're seeing the stark contrast from within single day sessions, that to me just screams to the fact that people who are unwilling to embrace these natural restructurings, whether or not they're natural, we'll discuss, but with regard to these markets, their delevering session, it may be an indication of people who are dangerously optimistic and dangerous to themselves, right? Everybody wants to believe that it can't get any worse. And I think that there's a lot to be gleaned from like Stoic philosophy. I tell the story of James Bond Stockdale, who was a prisoner of war in Vietnam. And he explained survived was it just accepting the reality of his circumstances. Okay, so you have a lot of information at your fingertips. So being honest about what the information is telling you, rather than to bury your head in the sand and just believe in blind optimism. He explained that the other prisoners of war would often set these arbitrary timelines, right? So by the end of summer, we'll be out of here. And then summer would go and summer would pass. Well, by Thanksgiving, we'll be out of here. And Thanksgiving would come and Thanksgiving would pass. Well, you know what? It will be an awesome Christmas present. When Christmas would come and Christmas would pass. And he said, my comrades died of a broken heart. And so those are the individuals who, despite all the information at their fingertips, continue to contrive their own narratives and build their own biased perspective, not realizing that all of the hopes and wishes and reality that you live in. And so in my perspective, I think that we're more on that downslope, still allowing people to set their holiday schedule. And unfortunately, a lot of the timelines of that I have seen are coming and going.
It's interesting you bring up a story like that, Orca. When I was Lord, when we first got sent out, I mean, I'm talking about 2003, right? Like nobody knew anything at that point in time. The original narrative was 3 months. 3 months, 6 months max, in and out of Iraq. 20 years later, still got fucking people there. 20 years later. Now, how does that happen? That happens because everybody's asleep at the fucking wheel. Everybody. From your great-grandparents to your ass right now. That's exactly how that happens. Fact.
Yeah,
Not
dude,
opinion.
that's crazy.
Yeah. But what's
A lot of
crazy?
people don't want to take responsibility for because they think that it's out of their control. Whereas I think the
everybody's
angle
fault.
you're trying to make is that it's everybody's fault for not paying attention to what's going on.
That's right. 100%. 100%.
It's the same thing as why people won't adopt this smart new technology fast enough because
right.
ignorant.
But it goes back to let me finish though, because it goes back to the same frame of thought that the prisoners of war had, the ones that didn't make it, the ones that didn't survive. How the hell did I make it through a year of being in essentially solitary confinement? Because I'm not home. I'm not with any of my friends. I don't like none of these people that I'm with. I'm trying not to kill these people that I'm with because we all got weapons and we're all at war. And even though you got enemies on the other side of you that are not in the same uniform as you, we're all human and we're all in a crappy ass situation that we don't want to be in. So how do you make it through 12 months of nonstop shit? You got to just embrace the fucking suck. There is no other way. That's a fact, because there is no other way. How else do you find a mental route out of that pain? Because it's daily, it's all day, it's all night. There's no breaks. You're just there, embracing the suck, because there is no positive attribute to that experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting because you think like, the markets are a battlefield just in that same way. And so
Damn right.
you'd want to, if you're going to approach it like battle and if you want to end up victorious, you're going to want to be staying level-headed, staying neutral. Cash is king temporarily, so try to build a cash position, try to work, right? Try to stay busy. Take care of yourself. These things are key to staying positive when things are not looking good. If you can be those things, you will compound when things get good for everybody. Either you're going to be doing 100 times better even because you will have been prepping and working and sweating and bleeding that whole time while everyone else was crying or not going to work or all these things, right? It sounds like a lecture and it sounds simple, but like nobody wants to work, but everybody just wants mad gains. And I think that is in and of itself people not paying attention.
Yeah, and it's hard, right? Because what's the point of quote unquote elected officials? It's for them to do the crap that you don't want to do. But that's the catch-22. And nobody wants to respect that catch-22, and that's why everybody's broke, everybody's tired, everybody's fed up, everybody's angry, everybody's confused, everybody's looking for an escape, everybody's trying to leave, everybody's trying to change, everybody's trying to do everything that they can't do because they don't realize what the actual problem is. And the actual problem is that they're not paying attention to what is causing the problems that they're having personally. Because the reality is that everything that we're experiencing that sucks right now, that is quote unquote out of our control, are all elements that are actually in our control. But we are so unaware and so removed from the actual useful information that's going to get us to the point where we can, how many people know common law? How many people even know that there are multiple layers to just legalities? Like even the term legal is not right. It's wrong. And nobody knows these things because nobody's willing to find out. Nobody cares. Everybody thinks that the system just works how it works. Oh, that's just the way it is. Bull fucking shit. That's exactly why crypto exists, to completely flip that whole notion on its head.
I tell people that with the customer service industry all the time. They're like, I have none of the advantages of any good system, and I can't get a hold of the people that are centralized in the system because there absolutely is zero customer service. I was on the phone with Verizon for 2 hours trying to get a refund for something that I got billed about that I didn't even know what it was. You know what I mean? Just like
yeah, that's common.
4 hours I'm calling them, and everyone just, if I bitch about it to anyone, they're like, that's just how it goes. You better get used to it. It's just like the narrative.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we have crypto, so it does this automated with no people, but the people don't do anything anyway. So they won't even work.
And
it's crazy.
And it's been, to Whale's point, it's been structured in a way that's boring intentionally. It's intentionally boring. And by the time surface deep, it's like, I would much rather just take this all for granted than actually dig any deeper, because there's zero entertainment value there, and it's intentional.
You nailed it.
They want to make people feel as though it would just be easier and far more enjoyable in life to never engage with that again. You can't talk about finance or law without just putting people to sleep by the dozen. So. It's intentional.
It's sad. It's sad but true. Sad but true.
It is.
You know, when I think about that, it kind of reminds me of my college days. I don't know why, but it does. And I wasn't bored in college. I was an adult. The rest, you know, I was out of place because I was already out of the military. I wasn't 18 like everybody else. I wasn't 20, 22. I was above everybody else's age. So when I would talk to these kids, I would consistently get that glazed over look in their eyes. And at the time, I didn't really realize that kids didn't go to college because I'm from the hood. I'm from the streets. I don't know shit about college. I just ended up in a motherfucker because I was essentially forced to go. As stupid as that sounds, but that's a whole nother story. But when I got there, I'm here like, okay, so people come to college to learn. Let's see. Because I already kind of had an idea in my head that it's bullshit. Everything is bullshit. I had just got out of the military. I knew everything was bullshit. And yeah, I wasn't proven wrong because college was a complete waste of time. Even though it took me 8 years to finish the shit, look at me. What do I use from that? Nothing. Not a damn thing. However, how I do use what I learned in college is to disprove everything that they teach you because it's all hogwash.
That's a
folks.
perfect spot to pull up this slide because here we have a slide
do
on
it.
institutionalized academics. They are the eternal pessimists.
Boom.
Here's Paul Krugman, Nobel Prize winning economist. Nobel Prize winning. So when people say we want RH to win or Dev Kyle to win the Nobel Prize, I'm not so sure that's a good thing. But check this out. This guy in 2005 said that it'll become clear that the internet's impact on the economy has been no greater than the fax machines in 1998. And I mean, these are the types of people that are the heads of academics, right? These economists, and he's not alone. There's a whole slew of these guys that, like, here he is a couple weeks ago saying something like, I keep hearing from crypto boosters insisting that it will reduce transaction costs. Also that it's very new, so the world doesn't get it yet, even though Bitcoin is 13 years old. So what he doesn't understand is the nuance and the code level functions that are being all the time being poured in by thousands and thousands of devs every day, trying to figure out further efficiencies in these systems to make them like globally capable, right? Like we're close with things like Pulse Chain and things like Chia. There's things out there that are being built that are truly innovational or huge innovations, and it's easy for him to glance over it because he's not in their boots in the mud every day learning this stuff like a lot of us are. That's what I mean when I say it's going to take a whole new breed of investor class, this whole new type of human that revalues the world in crypto terms or in housing terms, or like a farmer does it in land or cattle or commodity based valuation.
The term you're looking for is in real terms.
Real terms, right? That means
Real terms.
much terms where you know that overall commodities are going to generally run together. When they run up, they're all going to run up together. When they go down, they're all going to go down together because it's all a part of PPI, which is cost to produce. And we'll get into that later on about what production cost equals what the consumer pays at the other end. And that's all tied together. So as long as you can know that your 100 head of cattle is worth X amount, and it went up by 50%, you can pretty much within a certain approximation assume certain things you can tell a dollar amount for, let's say, soybean prices or corn prices, for example. Same thing applies to blockchain, where as we go through our bull and bear market cycles, you're going to have general valuations in the back of your mind because you're going to start denominating the world in whatever you have the most of. That's just how it works.
And to speak to the institutional academic, in some cases it's just outward lying, right? It's important to remember that these people are not necessarily more honest or I'm sorry, more intelligent than anybody. And so if you want to figure out why are they lying or why would anybody go out of their way to be so wrong so consistently, it's that common follow the money phrase. These professors are not going to be relevant if they write counterculture narratives that can be easily suppressed out in their social lives to build up an audience. And so they ultimately need funding, and they need to have the circulation through the relationships of the people that have the financial power to be able to propagate their work. So we've seen it in medicine with the Rockefellers. We've seen it in banking all the way back to Bank of Stockholm and the Bank of England. And there are so many instances where you can kind of just trace back who's funding the endeavor, see what commodities they own or which entities they own, which technologies they're backing, and that'll lead you pretty quickly. These publications that are getting massive spotlight and marketability are not preaching truth. There are, in the instances of like patents, people believe when they listen to the sales pitch of why patents exist, oh, well, it allows them to capitalize on their innovative ideas. But in reality, what we find is that the corporatocracy of the world leverages patents to create barriers to entry within industry and reduce innovation, so that the thing that has made them successful, because heaven forbid whales build something cool and hand it to me, and I build something on top of it and hand it to Axis, and he builds it and passes it on, and so forth and so forth. Why would we want to live in that world when I can arbitrarily decide that you can't even play in my playground for the next 20 years because I wrote this piece of paper that says the way that I melt alloy together, and somehow that's supposed to justify the downstream effects of disenfranchising the end users and the much larger population of the world because I need to capitalize on the work that I did. I'm all for meritocracy. I'm all for this capitalism. But when you create this crony capitalism and you leverage legal weapons as a means of suppressing innovation, it doesn't do the greatest good to the greatest number of people. And that's not a communistic hot take. That's just the idea behind, even when the internet came out, was to be worse opportunity for the free flow of information. And there's nothing that says you can't support people even if the product is free or even if the information is free.
There's no longer healthy competition and room for innovation at some point, and now you're talking about a humanitarian issue. So like it goes way beyond what's even most profitable for an industry at said time, but it can actually limit and completely stop progress. And if you pull back up the slide here, you can see that, look, Nikola Tesla in 1921 created some sort of electric powered vehicle way back in 1921. And so, I mean, this is one story in probably a bucket of thousands of stories, tens of thousands of stories about things that have been shelved or the people that innovated and truly could have changed the future timeline as they progress. Like they got murdered off or, bought off nothing
Speaking
says
of
that.
murder, there was a guy from Africa that got murdered last week. What did he create? A self-generating generator or a TV? I can't remember what. I'm pretty sure it was a self-generating generator is what it was. A self-powering generator.
Utilizing radio waves to power that television wirelessly.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's what it was. And anyways, the guy came out months ago with this, and all of a sudden he's dead.
Fell on some bullets.
Another coincidence.
Yep. And to your guys' point, it's usually a combination of things, right? So I'm familiar with Nikola Tesla's work, and Thomas Edison would have been his largest industrial rival. Although in many ways, Tesla was like this understudy who was actually far more advanced scientifically, but not financially. And so Tesla always had to sacrifice his ability to corner the market, being the capital necessary to hold off the suppressive efforts of his peers, his industrial peers. And so we still have generators at the Niagara Falls that were developed by Nikola Tesla. We use alternating current for a lot of our electronics. There are mathematical and through the scientific method of resonant energy and utilizing frequencies to create harmonious energy transfer. And these were all concepts that were very public by Nikola Tesla. He was very decentralized in the distribution of his work. It was a labor of love, as we say. Whereas Edison was so intimidated by the innovation that he was willing to go as far as to have gangs, groups of people round up the dogs and cats in the neighborhood and electrocute them in public to illustrate that the alternating current was dangerous. So that wasn't because Edison
Talk
thought,
about misleading marketing.
Yeah, it wasn't because Edison had this big forward-looking vision and said, wow, we really do need to become more aware of the dangers of this technology. No, he just wanted to garner the market. And as long as he could keep his more sophisticated competition under his thumb, he stood to gain financially. So the ends for him justified the means. And that's why you see so many people, the further you go back, the smaller the world of intellectuals was in the industry, because there was not the internet, right? We couldn't just tweet at each other together. So you usually had to get geographically near one another in order to really push the space forward, because there were so few people capable of operating on those wavelengths with you. And so it was, as you came closer to be more efficient as an industry, it also was like the phrase of keep your enemy or your friends close. In some ways, you were achieving both. So that's a very unfortunate byproduct of the lack of telecommunications technology of the time. And it really has become institutionalized, where even though the world is becoming a smaller place now, there are still those barriers like patent rights that make it at times not in the spirit of the namesake of these creations. It's much more a fugazi just to suppress the innovation in the space.
What do you think, Jim Rat? You look like you got something going on between your ears. You're muted.
The chat's absolutely on fire. I was tending to the chat while you guys were going on. The chat's on fire.
Sorry, if
guys,
I'm
real
not
quick, can I do my
I gotta
host thing
pay
real
attention.
quick to push the stream a little bit? Guys,
Yeah.
if you're in here, guys, and you like what you see, right down below, smash the like button. Follow all the boys.
He's talking about himself, folks, because he's in center. He's on center.
Well, now I'm up here by myself. Everyone was here a second ago. But, no, but guys, smash the like. Guys, share it out.
I'm sorry, I had to.
We're taking over the internet with quantum space physics and crypto.
Let's go, dude.
Share it out.
Appreciate you, man.
Pokemon.
So let's stay on point here, because we got a lot of slides to get through here. We're talking about resistance. We're talking about Jim Rat crypto. We're talking about change in the future. This is what's going on, people. We got energy resources. We got biological resources. We got currency resources. Well, less of those lately because the Fed turned off the money printer. But point is, all of these different resources, whether they be human ideas, human labor, commodities, raw materials you produce from the ground, they all take three things: time, energy, and capital. So we're gonna keep coming back to this concept of time, energy, and money, right? And currency specifically. So currency is, and you think like currency as in like it's like a current, like a river, or like it's current as in it's happening now in time. So these things change over time. So wouldn't it be in your best interest to be ahead of time, do some planning, some time traveling, and be thinking about the ways in which you can change your future, right? So like, let's look at this. Let's look at what we have here as far as resistance in these three buckets, right? So, all right, modern energy. I don't know. What do you guys know about modern energy? Because according to this chart, the United States has all of we're producing the most barrels, and this is up-to-date data too. Wales made me double check this figure too. We're producing, this was recent, we are producing 11.9 million barrels a day. That's an all-time high, I think, or very close to. And so the question of, well, oil prices being as high as they are, you gotta start to wonder how that dynamic is playing out on the world stage. Now, before I let anyone get in here, I gotta say, for anybody that's like super about the green movement, or like just think about what that really means, because the cost to purchase a Tesla EV or to produce one now is up $11,000 over what it cost to produce one a year and a half ago. And the reason why that is because all of the commodity prices, such as copper, lithium, cobalt, steel, have gone up by huge margins because of hyperinflation, which is something that the Federal Reserve is doing by manipulating data, economic data, by manipulating the levers of power that they have. Okay, and we're going to dive into that in the future slides here. But just take a look at this now. In order to produce this green initiatives, you're piggybacking off an oil-based economy to do it in the first place. I don't know how many times I've seen a Tesla EV hooked up to something that's being generated by a diesel engine, or like just silly stuff like this. It's really makes me wonder how people think that this is not a transitionary thing, right? So yeah, just tell me what you guys think about modern energy.
I mean, I can speak to that a little bit. There's mostly because I was talking about that institutional suppression of innovation, and then I referenced specifically the Rockefellers with regard to the pharmaceutical industry or the healthcare industry. They went out of their way to ensure that virtually guaranteed to be an ingredient in all of the medication that they pushed, and simultaneously lobbied the governments to make illegal substances like cannabis and psilocybin mushrooms and natural herbs that we have thousands of years of recorded human experience. Issues like opiate addiction and overdose and things that are a byproduct of putting these fossil fuel chemicals into your body where they need not belong, when we have natural faculties like an endocannabinoid system, which actually reinforces the immune system. So we're, topically, we're coming out of this massive pandemic, I guess, where it begs the question, if the issue is with regard to immunity, why would we neglect such an obvious and well-documented system within us, that system, right? So your immune system is actually sort of like a fallback protection. The reality is your endocannabinoid system is far more prominent with regard to protecting you from airborne illnesses and microbacteria and things of that nature. So when you trace it back again, right, I'll find that the most influential institutional forces at play have a direct financial incentive to put some things on the shelves and to make other things not just not available publicly, but to make them penalized per use. And then when you look at it from the energy standpoint, the vehicles, we're looking at it as if gasoline is the only useful, and petroleum are the only useful forms of energy, especially with regard to transportation. Now, when you look at infrastructure, it's whole, and moving away from fossil fuels for environmental reasons is kind of an interesting double-edged sword, because the narrative is that we need to utilize these natural geothermic and solar and wind energies in order to subsidize the portion of our energy that is currently being produced by fossil fuels. But there are other forms of natural energy, like enriched uranium, and we have the ability to produce disproportionately more energy with virtually zero relative to the current paradigm, as well as to more efficiently transfer and more safely utilize this energy source, which is so widely available, it's ridiculous. Wales could speak to this, having lived the life, but when we tucked our tail and ran from an administration, right, when we decided to pull out of the Middle East, we essentially gifted and hand wrapped the largest lithium deposit in the world to China through their proxies. So those are fundamental ingredients to the things like the EV manufacturers, like the Tesla. Those resources are important for producing energy storage, but if you were just talking about producing an effective grid where I could plug in that vehicle, there's no reason that you couldn't move away from carbon-based energy and go into these nuclear-powered uranium, able to produce virtually infinite amounts of energy for far longer and more predictable timelines at a much more efficient and safe production scale than what we're doing currently. So it begs the question, why isn't that happening, right?
Yeah, so that's where you kind of get into that political or overarching shadow like resistance to that new, cleaner, more abundant resource, because that would imply that production could go up. Now, if there's other things missing that, let's say a screwed up supply chain, well, then the extra energy is less useful because, and also less profitable to build out because you can't produce on top of it, right? Which kind of, if you pull back up the slide here, we can see that if we were to do this with, if we were to build out nuclear to even more bigger scale, we would be doing that on the back of an oil based infrastructure. But we've actually destroyed in the last 15 years a surplus of oil that we had prior, right? So we've used up all of the stored oil, and I'm speaking United States Strategic Petroleum Reserve here. That's what that middle chart shows. I don't know if Bullish, you could pull that up. So
Yeah, so before I pull that up, I just want to address some chats real quick.
okay,
And shout out to MT Coiner for the $36.09. Shout out to all the savages in the chat and the panel rocks. Shout out to Alan for the super chat. White collar workers will be the new blue collar workers.
Already are, my man.
Eagle 8 Eye. Thanks guys for all that you do. And for our aliens, for the $100 super chat. So just thanks for that, and then we'll get back to the slide.
all right. So where was I? Yeah, the center graph just shows, how we've completely just squandered our energy surplus. It's not a good place to be, considering we're dealing with things like shrinking capital supply, increased rates, meaning people are going to have to find productivity or find yield other places to pay these obligations on their mortgages, on their company liens, on things like this. So we're running out of resources, we're running out of money. At some point, something's got to change in the system, or this runaway inflation problem is just going to get out of control. So here on this modern energy inflation chart, on the left here, we have the producer price index. So this is what it costs to produce said good. So the black line is the energy price. So it's up 100% in 12 months. That then cost actually ends up on the consumer. Like if a person can't produce something, if a company can't produce something profitably, then obviously it's going to stop being produced. So below that, you just see the overall. Everything is up 50% at least. So that spits in the face of that low inflation number that we've heard a couple times, which was like somewhere between 6.7 and 8% or something for year-over-year inflation change. And on the right chart there, you actually see in blue that it's closer. If you use the 1950s methodology for calculating consumer inflation, it's closer to 16.5, and I've heard 18%. I mean, people are coming up with those like 16.5 to 18% on average levels, which is just like, imagine that you get paid the same thing and everything else got 16.5% more expensive. I mean, that truly is your white collar worker getting debased by 16.5%. That's crazy. And the reason why that happened was because of all the money printing.
Right. So let me jump in here real quick. First off, let's just start by addressing the most recent headline that I've come across, because you guys know I like to keep you guys abreast with respect to what's going on specifically. And CNN, about 40 minutes ago, this was a headline.
Oh, wow.
They asked Biden's advisor, Brian Deese, I guess is his name. I don't really know how to pronounce this shit. It's a weird name. CNN goes, what do you say to those families who say, listen, we can't afford to pay $4.85 a gallon for months, if not years. And the response from the Biden administration was what you would expect it to be. Now, let me read it to you. And please, 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 please listen to this clearly. This is about the future of the liberal world order, and we have to stand firm. That's the reply. Now, I've been talking to you guys about what's coming for over 18 months at this point, and I've not lied yet. Now, how is it that time and again, these people get away with just telling you to your face what they're going to do to fuck you? Because that's ultimately what they do. They don't hide shit. They're telling you to your face, hey, this is how we're going to plug you in the ass, and you're going to like it. This is literally what these people do day in, day out. When are you going to say no more? Because it's on you. It's not on them. You're letting it happen. How else do we get to where we're at today? You say nothing, you acquiesce. That is automatically tacit approval. You're approving it by doing nothing and saying nothing. They just told you what you're going to do. You're going to pay out the ass for everything just because they feel like it. Because if you go back to the chart that they were showing, do me a favor, pull up the slide before the PPI slide, because I want to. Now, the chart on the bottom left, that chart is the crude oil production chart. That data you can find at EIA.gov. Okay, now this is a government website, and what they do is that they track all the barrels that are produced on a daily basis, and they annualize those rates. And as you guys can probably not see, we kind of ran up into 2017, 2018, and then ultimately, 2020, and then we started falling off. And when did we dive off a cliff? 2021. It's not a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
It's all by design. Look at the SPR chart, the one in the middle, Strategic Petroleum Reserves. That supply of crude is to only be used during times of war or worse. Do you see any war going on? There is no war going on. Nothing is going on. However, we are down to 1980 motherfucking 6 levels as of today. Today, June 30th, 2022, we are down to 1986 levels. Now, we're not getting any crude production increases in the U.S. anytime soon, and we're clearly capable of supplying our own crude to ourselves. So the final question I have for the audience is, why are we importing so much energy resources when we have nothing but a plethora of natural resources to produce our own energy here? And I'm talking about the bare bones fossil fuels. I'm not even getting fancy and talking Tesla and all of that, because we don't even need to go there.
Right.
Because all of that really is so far removed from the conversation in my mind, because we're allowing these people to just do what they want. And that has to stop first and foremost if we ever intend to progress.
Right. Will, to your point, if the current energy system is petroleum based, why are they so afraid of using it? It's like, let's cut ourselves off at the legs and then crawl to the. Why would we do that? When we could just put the wind in our sails and get there as well?
And that's their objective. They're making it extremely clear, because that's what that reply just said. We must stand firm. It's like with the stupid ass sanctions. Remember those? Remember the sanctions? Let's talk about the sanctions. Oh yeah, those sanctions are really going to hurt the Russians. They're really going to help Ukraine. They're really going to help us. How's that fucking working out for you?
Gave them economic energy that they wouldn't have had. Gave them the boost they needed.
It's basically giving them chess pieces, and we get to play with checkers. It's like, here you go. It's that bad. Like, when I say we, I'm talking about the West versus the East right now. That's basically what you have. I mean, the only productivity is coming from the private sector, and the public sector is just absorbing everything for, stealing. Vampire.
But anymore too. I mean, a lot of the largest entities within the private sector, they are, you can just look at the pub for lobbying.
Oh, they're at fault too. They're at fault too. I'm not saying it's just the public
Right.
sector.
But when you look at, is it the horse pulling the wagon anymore? I mean, we have the pharmaceutical lobbyists are doling out the
Exactly.
most. Okay, and what is something that has affected every single person in any civilized country on Earth in the last 2 years? Well, it's kind of pharmaceutical in nature when you look at the people that are prescribing the solution. Okay, and now we're talking about energy paradigms, and they're in the top 4. You look at all of the monitoring that is required to achieve this pharmaceutical rollout, as well as the innovation in the energy sector, and it's electronics and computer based, and they're up there in the top 4 as well. So when you look at who's paying the public sector, it is the private conglomerates that are utilizing adversarial techniques to suppress innovation.
Yeah, they're paying for they're lobbying for their own means, right? So it's
Why would I hand out something that he can build on top of when I could just do everything in my power to stop a better mind from getting to produce?
That explanation, Orca, is so clutch, right? Because that's exactly what we run into, right? I mean, look at how crypto operates just by itself, right? You got Hex, and then you got all the stuff that's built on top of it, and all it does is enhance our reality. It doesn't diminish it. So therefore, it clearly makes it apparent that this whole system that's been constructed, just as you so eloquently put it earlier, is only there to suppress innovation and progress. Because what advantage is there to not being able to play with what's already been done? I mean, how do we get to where we're at today? It's because we've done just that for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It's not a debate. These are facts. And only in the past 100 years did that change. Go ahead. I was done.
It's something we talk about all the time because it's once you hang around the crypto space for long enough, you always end up talking about trust. You always end up talking about trust. And it is true. It doesn't matter. I mean, for every project, really, to a degree, there has to be not specific people, but the whole trust thing is interesting. It's like we're going from what Orca pretty much described was how I would describe it, like Celsius and all that stuff. It's just like centralized doing its thing. It's almost like it's just doing its thing. Like you're getting rug pulled. Like they're going to do what they can to extract money without you knowing, because that's just the game that you play at that level. And everyone's just getting the brood of that, it feels like. And we see it all the time in crypto, but like really it's always been happening. We're just having an issue now. You know what I mean? Like it's just clogging up now.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, that's why the free market does its thing, right?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, just how the free market does its thing. I mean, that's basically it's a self-corrective mechanism. These true free market cryptos are self-correcting, and for all these years, the people who control currency have been able to keep everything nice and tidy within the rails. But what these crypto systems are doing is they're exposing those false railings,
all the weaknesses in the system.
And so what this is it's a controlled demolition of broken, old, friction-filled systems, and they're being replaced by frictionless, instantaneous global communication systems of value. And this is key because if you can understand this, you can understand how it can completely restructure healthcare, how it can completely restructure every industry effectively, because you're just getting rid of middlemen left and right. Same as as all other software is doing right now. Uber gets rid of the local taxi, or you can order food to your front door now, like healthy food too, believe it or not. It's crazy. Like this goes on. Education now is happening on YouTube. It's not necessarily just like when I went to school in the 90s, like, dude, we had to watch cassette tapes or we had to watch a projector.
VHSs.
And not only were you getting more compartmentalized and fragmented views or perspectives on niche topics or niche classes. So like you had biology, but you're only getting a very small, fragmented, segmented look on the cell at that time. That was only up to that point, which those books then were already
And the
dated by
science
a decade.
updates every day.
And so now we're
Every
getting
day, the science
instantaneous updates. Yes. And so the speed at which information is traveling is allowing for change to happen at a rate by which resistance can no longer stand strong in the face of it. And that's
I would
called
say,
natural evolution.
I would just say, you know, almost the summary of Bill has punished the ordinary, well-intending individual for the past several decades versus maybe the light at the end of the tunnel that crypto has begun to illuminate for those willing to seek it would be there have been social pressures to go along to get along, right? And we're moving into a space now where individuals need to learn how to get along to go forward. If we continue, you know, you think back to the poem with regard to the tragedies of World War I, dictated tragedies, where first they came for the socialists and I said nothing because I wasn't a socialist. Then they came for the unions and I said nothing because I wasn't in the labor union. Then they came for me and no one was left to speak for me. That's the threat that we are exposing ourselves to. Allow a select group, whether it be our government or conglomerates at a corporate level, in any social structure, if a very select few people are making decisions that have dire consequences for the masses that simply align blindly, then that creates this horrible social pressure to continue to conform to aligning with things that aren't in your best interest, right? Aligning with people's vested interests that are not equal to yours. I think that we need to get out of this idea that it's all about keeping our head down and, hey, you know, I just want to be able to visit my family. I just want to be able to get on the airplane and go take a vacation. So I'm not really here to say what I do or don't think about whatever. They're kind of letting me know what I need to do to get to where I want to go. Let's move out of that mind state and let's rekindle the relationships with our neighbors and let's begin the grassroots. We actually have to allow these roots to share in the nutrients of one another rather than to be segmented into everyone having their own garden and just praying that if a fire starts somewhere in the community, it can't possibly reach. Dangerous way to live. It's not going to help us move forward. Crypto is allowing people now to have conversations that ultimately give the power back to the people and allow us to get along first, and then we can go forward.
I want to just talk about Goldkey's comment about crypto not having a solution for IP protection. I don't think we're arguing that crypto is the solution for everything. I think we're just saying that it's going to be backed and powered by crypto. So like the way that those deals are done legally, they'll be powered by crypto as a store of value medium of exchange. And so, and just in and of that, right, would be enough change that would fundamentally change the structure of these economies.
The idea that you need intellectual property rights in order to be a successful entrepreneur to me is laughable. It's laughable. I choose who I support. I choose who I support. And
I think Steve Jobs made that whole narrative. Steve Jobs destroyed that. He destroyed it. I don't know why people don't get it yet. Mm-hmm. Your IP is irrelevant. It will be taken and changed and flipped so that you can't do shit about it except go to court and complain. Wake up, be better. That's the answer.
Best defense you have as a content creator is that you have to be on the cutting edge of your game and in the moment
daily.
And produce. Yes, produce daily and
there's no breaks.
Weekly. Like if you want to, let's say
motherfuckers want to fucking
dude. Here's a good
motherfuckers
example.
Want a damn gate.
Here's an example.
Step it up.
Let's look at the video game industry because it's an easy parallel. Like, let's look at the Call of Duty games. They've been rehashing the same game for 25 years. Like, at some point, people lose interest, and that's when you start losing user adoption, whether it be currencies or technology. It doesn't matter. That's when you start the end of a cycle, right? So it's counterproductive to think that there's only one way. Really, ultimately, if you perfect your craft every day and stay in alignment, that's really ultimately what's going to get back to the root of this whole discussion, which is creating your dream life. Like, the only thing you need is yourself and your close group of friends and coworkers to really do something meaningful in the world. It doesn't take a huge group of people to do something amazing.
No, it really
I agree.
doesn't. And I think that we've proven that. We've all come out of nowhere and we just try to do what's right. And while everybody just looks around, they miss the big picture because they're too busy focusing on the myopic. You cannot spend your days doing that, because what's going to happen is everything else is going to pass you by. And you're going to be too busy focusing on the one thing that just doesn't matter, because time doesn't care. So you're best served by realizing that all you need to do is be better than you were yesterday, because anything less is literally uncivilized. It just is. And time has proven that. That's what 2020 showed us. 2021 only made that clearer. And 2022 is only making that extremely clearer. So if you're not caught up by now, you're just going to honestly be left behind. So you're better served by recalibrating your point of view, i.e. updating your worldview. Because as time progresses, your reality is going to change, because what worked before is not going to work in the future. And that's the point. There's a reason we're making the statements we're making in regards to copyright and IP. People are going to always do what they do. It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, it's just like Orca said, we're going to make the choice that we want to make. Not the choice that some random dude decides after copying something.
In regards to crypto, like, and hacks in particular being gated, so to speak, in a copyright perspective, you know, it's uniquely positioned being the first blockchain CD that has a unique OA factor and a unique year-long adoption phase that set it up to do things that are incredible. And it is unique in many, many ways. But that doesn't mean that the crypto landscape isn't going to continue to evolve and change. And we have to be aware of that. These are going to be like shifting oceans of currency. Currency will now evolve. It's going to evolve with time, but it's going to evolve at a faster rate than it did when nation states were in control of currencies, because they were able to keep these guardrails on for longer time frames. Again, this comes back to humanity going radial and becoming superluminal, giving us like limitless possibilities, which is going to allow us to solve the energy problem. It's going to allow us to solve space travel at crazy speeds. We are going interstellar, or we are going to blow up the entire planet. And it's going to be one or the other. And I tend to, I'm more optimistic. I think that, yeah, the world is shifting and changing, but that ultimately this is headed in a good direction, right? Because nobody would want, when I say nobody, we don't need to live in a world where there's a private corporation that runs the entire money supply. That's probably not the best option to get. We've already proven that. If you pull up this slide, look, the healthcare industry is a shining example of why corporate feudalism does not work, is because instead of curing people of things, we just make people pay for more medicine to keep the symptoms at bay, right? You want to pull this one up here, Bullish?
Yeah, Bullish, you want to get, thanks.
Let's see here. So this guy, Dr. Brzezinski, in 1986 discovered this peptide. A peptide is an amino acid chain, which your body is made up of amino acids. We discovered this amino acid called a peptide. It's called antineoplaston in 1986, and with it, he cured 40 cancer patients, cured them. And then he was sued, and in the trial ensued, and the judge found Brzezinski not guilty of any crime. 2 years later, the board tried to revoke his medical license. So he's been fighting big pharma for 20 some odd years, right? Trying to help the world. Unbelievable. And after multiple times in federal court, just last December, he finally was able to get phase 2 trials approved by the FDA. And, you know, over these years in his own practice, he's been able to heal hundreds of people with this simple peptide, right? And I think it's just a complete lack of knowledge that people don't understand that this, and it should be enraging, because if if you do this research on your own and you find this stuff to be true, and you lost a family member to cancer, like I have in the past, like you should be infuriated that this stuff is being kept from you. This other guy, Dr. Sabi, upper right corner, he found that with simple nutrition changes and herbs, you can cure almost all inflammation, which is the root of all disease. I mean, why isn't he was under scrutiny by the Fed for many, many years for the same reasons he's trying to cure. And the cure is the one word they do not want you to say, because that implies less profit, right? And so then here in the center, we just have Dr. Alan Greenberg's basically saying, as a retired physician, I can honestly say that unless you are in a serious accident, your best chance of living to a ripe old age is to avoid doctors and hospitals and learn nutrition, herbal medicine, and other forms of natural medicine. Unless you are fortunate enough to have a naturopathic physician available. Almost all drugs are toxic and designed only to treat symptoms and not to cure anyone. So this is effectively for profit, and when the previous administration was in power, the president and his coordinating members were under constant scrutiny as he tried to do things like lower insulin prices and improve the medical situation for the population. So I'm just going to kind of keep rolling through these slides here as we go, just to try to get through some of this. Here we got stagflation and population growth. What's interesting is that in 2015, this is kind of got skewed somehow, but in 2015, we saw a pause in population, then the exponential curve of population going up. And I mean, I think the interesting thing here is with the way the money system's set up right now, and it's good to ask the question like, what's the number one rule to inflation-based money? And that's that consumers are the fuel to pay the interest payments, to pay back the money to the Treasury. If you know anything about how the Fed prints money, the U.S. Treasury purchases Fed notes from the Federal Reserve, and they then owe those notes back plus interest, but the interest has to come from the existing supply, which that interest doesn't exist in the supply because they just got the fresh new printed money. So it's a forever spiral downward of having to pay back interest payments. So unless you're growing your population indefinitely and creating more productivity, eventually you're going to run out of dollars to pay back the obligations. That's just called a Ponzi scheme 101 right there. It's the complete opposite of what some of these fixed inflation schedule cryptos do. So what happens to a society as it runs out of resources? Productivity to pay back the interest slows. So there's a lot of people that thinks that, there's a declining, here's the data on the actual fertility slump. You're literally becoming less fertile. But some people think that it's deliberate. Some people think that, well, it wouldn't make sense for it to be deliberate from the perspective of if you need to continue, if you're in the 1% and you want to continue to make money at an increasing rate, then you can't just kill off your human workforce. So that doesn't make sense necessarily, but unless it was to become unsustainable. Now, what would make it unsustainable for a country is if they started to run out of resources. And we've already kind of shown you guys how this whole game is being played based on a couple factors, resources being one of the major ones, right? So birth rates are declining, population growth has slowed. Currency's hyperinflating. Here's fiat money for you. Fiat money is subject to manipulation and extortion by human error, ignorance, and maleficence. So all this data can be manipulated. We've talked about this at length by now. On the left, you can see that from the Greek to the Roman to the United States quarter, they're all very similar. Each comes with a fucking face on the front and a bird on the back. And then below that, you can see in 1964, you could melt down 5 quarters, and that in today's money would be worth $23.34. That again is an example of inflation. It's yeah, I don't know if either one of you guys wants to kind of chime in on that, but I mean it's pretty basic. Like The introduction to the Federal Reserve in 1913 was timely, I guess, and opportunistic.
It's debt as a
And
form of slavery. It's just modern slavery
Yeah.
using debt as the shackles.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, a while back I streamed with George Wentz from Mad Energy, and he alluded to the 17th Amendment, which I had just never really thought about in terms of the Federal Reserve. And what that allowed was for something like the Federal Reserve to be instituted. Because up until this point in time in history, you had only had two central banks in the US. So why two? Well, two, because the first time people realized it was a scam, and the second time they were able to trick people into allowing them to exist again. But then Andrew Jackson came into the fold and shut them down. This is why they want to remove him from the $20 bill. And what happened thereafter, in conjunction with 17th Amendment allowing the Fed to become into existence, was the fact that they then imposed a what? First-time income tax, which brought the IRS into the fold, because it's a private entity. It's not public like people think. It is not a federal entity, just like the Federal Reserve is not a federal entity. And these are some of the best kept secrets out there. So, you know, it's understanding the system that's going to take us forward. And we have to straddle both sides of the line, unfortunately. We don't have a choice. We have to. And this is what's hard for people that aren't as advanced as the people on the stream, for example. You know, it's hard to grasp that. But you have to realize you're holding something and you're getting paid in something that is worth nothing. So what's the advantage to you when what you're receiving in return for your time, in return for your efforts, is valueless? Not much.
I remember working a labor job every day, getting up, driving an hour there at the crack of dawn, working that job, and then coming back after 10 days of doing that and not having much to show for it and not being excited to do that, right? But just when I found crypto, did that make that more exciting, because I saw where I could compound, and I found opportunity there. So that in effect was a shine, like a bit of hope, because you could then find a way to turn this debased currencies that you're receiving into something that was worth working for, right? So the switch didn't happen because the government stepped in and said, "Hey, we're going to give you guys a shot at a 10,000x opportunity." I had to get ridiculed for 4 years and told that I was doing the wrong thing, which told me internally that I was doing the right thing. You know, you got to look into this stuff, people. Like,
And that can be tough with your loved ones and stuff too sometimes. And I'm not talking like, you know, the people around you, the people you might be excited to talk to about some of these things. If you're like me and you're a very excitable person, I get very excited. I told my brother about Pokemon today and he told me to fuck off. Literally, he was like, I don't want to be any part of your scam. I was going to send it to him for free. I was like, whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, there's so much resistance on that side. And I saw that the same thing when I was doing bodybuilding. Everyone told me to stop. Everyone told me to stop. You're pushing it too hard. And I wasn't, I'm 165 pounds. Like, chill. Like, I'm not that big. Like, you know what I mean? And I was telling the people around me, like, it just felt so limiting. And it didn't matter what they felt like. Like, it just, everything felt limiting. Everything. Always. Until I started talking to people that I could just chat with about shit in an open way.
Man, I got to tell you, I can relate. I've heard, I think we probably could all relate to that. I mean, I've heard these kind of statements
oh, for
before.
sure.
Why do you waste so much time on this? Why do you dedicate so much time to that? Why don't you watch out? You're doing this, you're doing that. I mean, I've heard the same crap in regards to just working out, in regards to just running. I mean, just people just have no concept of their ability to be better than they are, because they're so used to just being regular, being quote unquote normal. I mean, it's almost
Conditioning,
it's
right?
almost, yeah, it's conditioning for sure. And it's sad because people are putting themselves in this pigeonhole, right? I mean, you're putting yourself in a golf hole, in fact, not even a pigeonhole, a golf ball hole, because
You can't
it's
even
that
drive down
damn
the
small.
street without $100
Yeah.
bill.
Yeah.
You can't. And I'm not even like I'm coming from a place like I had a great job before. I have never worried about gas and stuff. I don't want to drive anywhere. And I am like, well, ever since I found Hex, I pretty much have not spent any money on anything else. So that might be a thing. But like, it really does when you actually think about it. Before I didn't care so much. I was making about 10 times more money and I was spending about 15 times more money. You know what I mean? Like I was making a lot, I was spending a lot, and Hex totally just shut me down. It just shut all that fat out of my life right away. And I started realizing what my time was worth. And I felt like it could be worth something more than, I was hanging from a tower 300 feet in the air and everyone was telling me that was a good way to go. And I was almost buying that shit. I was like coming home, like, you know what? Maybe a good hard day's work is the right way to do shit. And I was like, what the fuck? This is the dumbest shit I've ever done. And I'm not saying the work I was doing was extremely dangerous. It was extremely dangerous. So it was like, I don't recommend that to anyone. But blue collar work's not bad, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there's a place for all that stuff. Like that's kind of where I came into manhood, was working construction as a teenager. That and football, right? And I mean, that stuff's important too. It's all part of the human growth cycle. But I think the key here is that you want to be able to put your energy into something that you can store it and be protected. And I think that the dollar is probably short term right now. Yeah, it looks good. Cash is king right now because you could buy the dip. If you could buy no dip, would it really be? There'd be no opportunity.
Hold on, I got your back on this one. You can buy the dip in Hex, but you can't buy the dip at the store because that shit costs a lot more.
Oh shit, dude! Wow, mind blown.
There's no
pay
dip at the
attention.
store, yo. They ain't
So if
no
you
dip
didn't,
at the store.
yeah, if you weren't front running like this whole event, a couple years ago, by getting into opportunities, then you got to wait another cycle, and so don't make the same mistake twice. That would be a shame.
And just because we have it on screen talking about fiat money, I think some etymology is good for people to understand, like the Latin roots of fiat.
Yes, do
gun, aka like Guy Fieri, right? It means a guy who makes burgers. And then fiat is to let it be, or to you'd love that shit. Fiat, let it be done. So like let there be light, fiat lux, things like that. Fiat money is just like let there be shitloads of value be debased at our will. And that's where when we look at, I don't even operate in a world anymore where I honestly speculate on the prices of things going up and down in regard to the fiat currency as a unit of account, because ultimately I'm strong enough that I create social contracts with people and we can create whichever commodity we want to facilitate that social contract. But ultimately our trust is enough. So there's no deal that I can't close with in my social circle with a handshake. I can have a handshake and we can figure the rest out later because we know that we're good for it, because we're good for each other. And so when you look at fiat money as this means of facilitating social contracts, you would think that that isn't an issue because it's easy for us to hand a dollar back and forth and say, yep, looks like a dollar to me, looks like a dollar to me. And we're just totally a party that actually is dictating a much larger scheme with regard to where I can take that next. My friend can still say that a dollar equals a dollar, but like Wales was saying, then I go to the grocery store and now it's worth 50 cents. Okay, well, that's going to start to make that interpersonal social contract much less efficient when I can't rely on that individual social contract to give me all of the other resources that I need to survive. And so when you look at sustainable living options and things like that, maybe those are alternatives. But in the society that we live in, especially within the United States, has been pushed to such a point where in order to achieve efficiency, we now rely on a lot of focused energy to provide for the masses. And that unfortunately means that when you start to utilize this money, let there be money, whoever can allow and disallow that money's existence ultimately begins to disproportionately fluctuate the efficiency for the users. Whereas if I walked into that grocery store and I was able to say, hey, I need eggs today because people expect me to work 40 plus hours a week on a farm So maybe you could give me eggs, and that's why you're able to have the internet, is because that's what I'm doing with my 40 hours, something to that effect. We could still just have handshakes solve that problem. But the fact that we introduced this fiat currency that we are beholden to simply as a means of efficiency, or in most cases, ultimately disenfranchises the largest number of people who are then so occupied in their day-to-day lives that they aren't even able to take the time to understand the game rigged against them.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. The deck is stacked against you if you're just a regular producer. Like the guy that's doing the most stuff for their neighbor is getting hurt the worst. And it's because of these guys, the Federal Reserve, because they have their 4 levers of power and we are at their mercy. When I say we, it's those who do not hold assets. Because if you hold assets, you're in their league, you're in their camp. If you do not hold assets and you live paycheck to paycheck and you're over indebted, then you are a slave.
They almost force you as a man to like front run the whole thing. So it's like, I'm gonna take a few years off and make like $10 million, and I'm not gonna talk to anyone because I have to like front run the whole economy and like make it so I can hardly speak to anyone if I want to get to the point where I can have some freedom in my life. It's like, and got some single guys sometimes know that. They're like, sometimes they're like one or the other, and they're like, I'm just gonna go in the basement for 3 years and come back out, and hopefully to God I got it figured out by now, because out there your ROI is just so low. It's just low, like no matter what, scaling wise. It's like scaling wise, you can't do anything. Driving, I'm gonna drive everywhere and what, die? In the car.
Well, that's
Crazy
just it. Is like at
16-year-olds
some
driving
so
everywhere.
oil prices can only get so high before you disincentivize your labor force to go to work, right?
And everyone's
So it's a
leaving the
very
city.
it's a very
It's just like,
sticky situation, like where everybody's leaving the city, but where are they going? Honestly, they're going to another city, most likely.
I mean, out here, there's lots of places, like there's a lot of like out of the city places that are cheaper, people just moving out because they don't want to be like
well,
not
a
being
lot of
able to
works
get
from home
parking
now, right?
spots.
Because like
Yeah,
software's
everyone works from
vaporizing
home.
industry. Yeah.
Everyone works
Yeah.
from home. It's like, it's just like a win-win for everyone. And then there's those companies that are still holding on to like some string of hope that there's somehow efficiency in having 55 people drive
Yeah.
to a single unit when they could all just sit here like this. Like, Sam's my life coach and I've never met him. He's been my life coach for 4 years.
Yeah.
I've known him for 6 years. We have an amazing relationship, and I've never met him. And it's been extremely efficient. Richard Hart says the same thing all the time. He's like, I'll go do that interview with that Bitcoin dude, but I'm not flying there. Are you kidding? You know how long that takes? You know how much time that is? You know how many messages I could send and talk to my devs? It's just like the ROI for leaving your desk now is low comparatively when it comes to your work hours.
Definitely, man. So basically, the key touch points here for this is the Fed adjusted the rates in June. They raised them, meaning people have to come up with more money to pay off their obligations, like their debts. But the cost of living got more expensive, so their money is going towards just surviving. And plus, now they have to pay more on their debts too. This is what happens when the money printer goes off and you get this stagflationary environment where first everything goes really high, then all net worths go down together. So the guy that really, the only real guy that really makes out well is the guy that sold the top and can buy the dip. But that's a self-corrective maneuver that's happening across markets to try to bring valuations of companies and cryptos and everything, essentially commodities, back to a baseline because they were already artificially inflated by the money printing that's been going on for decades. We haven't not been on the gold standard for a very long time. So as the money printing continues, it debases the currency. So like the guy that gets hurt the worst obviously is the lower class, middle class guy that's living paycheck to paycheck and is in debt to try to get ahead. That's why when you finally do get rid of that debt and you do finally get free of it, like it's an amazing feeling because you're able to breathe a little bit and you're not constantly under these pressures. It is possible, right? It is possible. And
I
I
got
think
I got lucky enough to not even like I would have taken on so much debt if I continued with school, but I like magically got arrested for a few petty crimes in like a short amount of time and I got kicked out and it like all my friends are wrecked from debt and I'm like, yo, I got kicked out of that shit like day one and I'm chilling. You know what I mean? Like
Best thing that
because I
ever
don't have
happened
it,
to you.
I don't have overhead, you know. I made it so I
That's
had
right.
no overhead, you know.
so. Right now, we're in an environment. As I'm going to try to drill through these slides a little bit more. So right now, we're in an environment where there's less dollars available, and so it's strengthening the currency, but it's lowering the asset prices at the same time because of stagflation, because things are already so overheated that everything needs to come back down to baseline, basically. And the only
Well, I
way
think
for
it's
them to,
important to remember. It's important to remember that everything's been over financialized.
yes,
So that's the main reason that asset prices are now getting to a point where they look like trash because they weren't. They were overinflated and now they have to
yeah,
get deflated.
they're still high. It's kind of like where I
Yeah.
think a lot of us stand that, if you bought the top on this stuff, and I mean any time in the last 3-4 years, like on any index or any equity, it's all overvalued or false valuations. You get things like Shopify dropping 90%
Yep.
or Netflix
Well, hell,
dropping 50-60%. I mean,
BlockFi. If you've been on Twitter today, I'm sure you saw that FTX, right? The new Goldman for crypto. They bought BlockFi for 99% off.
that happened.
99. That happened today.
Wow. So this gets into
So
like
if
some really interesting stuff about, yeah, wow.
right.
Just yeah, I mean,
So if you think the bottom is in, you might be a little too early.
yeah,
Just
so
saying.
like Celsius, like the BlockFi thing now, these are, you think that this deleveraging event didn't come with certain contingencies. One was definitely that Legacy was going to get a chance to buy cheap, right? And so I guess this is literally happening now. This is news to me. So here you can see, I'm going to take you through 2 slides or 3 slides on the debasement of the purchasing power of the US dollar. So this here chart is just showing you a line graph of the amount of dollars in existence. I've shown this on a previous stream before, but I just tried to project out a potential, with the 2 levers being up, higher rates and slower money printing. I figured why not be a little more conservative and just say we could be going sideways in the markets for 3 or 4 years. We still have a regime change coming in the new presidency in America, and you got the Bitcoin halving 2 years away. So there's different catalytic events that are going to come, but in the meantime, I don't think there's any reason to be the first to a bear market, right? I'm just trying to be conservative here and show you guys what it could look like, for the next few years. You could not really see that much money printing go on, or you could see a situation where the Fed's obligations are so high that they have to money print again, which will increase it will increase asset prices, and that's what this chart's trying to show. So the top chart is the US dollar money supply chart again, but I have it in an uptrend channel. And then I took that channel and I put it on the Bitcoin chart below. And basically what it's trying to show you is that during the first phase of expansion of the supply here on the money supply, that's when Bitcoin was kind of fighting for dollar relevance. But once it broke into the channel, it overperformed and it went to like $100 and $1,000. Crazy, 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 crazy. And then after the 14-15 bear market, after Gox and everything, there was still money printing going on this whole time, right? So as money's printed, it's reflected in asset prices. So nothing reflected that more than Bitcoin over the last 12 years. So it was the highest performer, right? So as the money supply started, the velocity of new dollars coming into the system started to curtail. You got to this point pre-2020, the COVID crash, where we basically went sideways for like 6 months or a year. So it's a very short amount of time where the velocity had slowed quite a bit. And it's funny because that's where Bitcoin cracked at 6K, was at that same point as when the velocity had slowed to such a point, is when Bitcoin finally cracked. and broke down to 3K to the bottom. And that's actually under that channel. And then right after that happened, they thought they had tamed Bitcoin, which was the biggest thing destroying the guardrails of traditional finance. And then they increased the velocity of money printing again. And as you can see, Bitcoin rallied too during the next couple of years. And then at the COVID point, which is this blue dotted line here, you can see that there was this vertical spike in dollars. That was the COVID reset play. And because Bitcoin was the most liquid, low liquidity bag out there, it was easy to pump and a huge opportunity for smart money during that expansion phase in money supply. So this chart truly does, it's literally the inverse. Like the price appreciation of Bitcoin is an inverse parabola of the slowing of the velocity of the money supply, new dollars coming into existence, which was curtailed at the bear market start when we broke 6K on Bitcoin. Also, when we started to go sideways on the velocity of new money coming in. So just interesting to note how tied together new dollars in equals asset inflation. Now here you can see the same with reflected in home price versus wages. This RH, Big Daddy RH posted this chart on Twitter, and I thought it was a perfect example of how home price is increasing against wages, which is obviously unsustainable. I know I saw SJ in the comments say something about selling her house to pay off debt, which was a huge smart move. I applaud you because she was front running this, knowing that this didn't look good, intuitively or otherwise. This is basically telling you that people are not making more money, but everything housing related is getting out of control. And that's what happens when there's no more dollars left to pay for these really expensive things is everybody gets priced out. And if everybody's priced out, the economy comes to a halt because there's no one willing to, there's no bid left. The bid's gone. Everyone's out and cash and on the sidelines. But the only guys that really did well, again, during these periods were the guys in really productive assets like Bitcoin, Hex, the tech stocks at the time. I have a feeling that that kind of epoch might shift now a little bit more. But that's just an intuitive thing. I don't know if you guys want to comment on either of these two charts.
I think you're doing a great job on those. Don't want to beat the horse too much.
Yeah, for sure.
Agreed.
This chart on the right is basically predicting. This was before 2022. It was basically predicting. It's basically pessimism. This ISM is the Institute for Supply Management. They're just trying to project out new supply coming in. And it suggested a sharp decline in global growth, and that was pre-2022. So you can see that kind of played out. If you just look around and kind of see how things are happening right now. Which brings us to one of my favorite slides, which is on basically the East versus West. Essentially, the BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. These guys are emerging economies, but I would almost argue that they're no longer just emerging, but they're thriving economies now. They have all of the young people, they have all the raw materials, and now they're no longer at the mercy of the over-financialized United States of American Federal Reserve. And Russia and China together have both been acquiring gold for years now. They're just adding gold to the balance sheet and reducing their treasury holdings. They also account for 20% of all new inflation of new gold into the supply. Now, if they hoard that 20% on the spot price might make an impact on overall gold price. Might not because of the way that it's weighted on paper, right? But the whole point was that these guys are using that as a proxy to create some form of stability through the changes of ultimately bringing in this new replacement to the United States SWIFT system, which is it's going to be its own blockchain platform or its own central bank digital currency. That's one that these guys use, basically. They have all the raw materials, they have all the land, and they're soon going to have their CBDC. Just like online communities right now are coming together to band behind different cryptos, these nation states are going to band behind their crypto. And I'm sure it'll become a competition of nation states competing for citizens. I've said that many, many times on stream. So you can define this as the fourth turning. The fourth turning is a crisis, a decisive era of secular upheaval when the values regime propels the replacement of the old civic order with a new one. Well, what tells you that more than what happened in 2020? You know, like this has been a very decisive era, and there's going so much change going on economically and industrially, and has been for some time. But that was just a catalyst by which, you know, prior to that, we had these other turnings, which was the awakening and the unraveling of the truth of all these things. This stuff's been coming out for 20 years. You know, you even have our own government finally admitting to the existence of UFOs and advanced technology and stuff that used to be science fiction, right? So I think we really need to challenge our worldviews and understand where this is going. Like here, I show you some charts of the dollar on the upper left and oil below. We're at since 2008, we have not been this high on oil price. So I kind of thought maybe I would just put a little projection in there, like what it would look like if maybe there was some final squeeze on the oil price when Russia and the BRICS could throw some kind of like a chess move on on the Western countries. Basically, they already have. You can see on the right here the ruble USD pair. The ruble is up like I think it was like 180% or something. It's like hasn't been this high against the US dollar since 2015. That all happened as a result of them backing their currency with gold and basically forcing Western European countries to pay for their oil with rubles, meaning they have to purchase rubles, which pumps the ruble price to purchase oil, which pumps the oil price, which creates artificial scarcity in the oil supplies, which is kind of what we have going on, where we're exporting to countries we don't know. There's all this crazy stuff going on. We need to get informed on these things, and we need to get ahead of these things individually at first, and then in larger and larger segments of communities. Because these things are happening. This is just an inverse pair. Below, you see the dollar against the ruble. It looks terrible in comparison. And that's with a strong dollar. Imagine if the Fed loses total control of this of the inflation problem. Are you going to want to be over here on the dollar holding this if it cracks and goes lower while the ruble stays strong, or while they bring on their new CBDC?
I think the
Oh, some
CBDC
charts.
conversation is kind of interesting with regard to the soundness of gold backing these currencies. So those countries that are buying up all the gold and producing the majority of the gold moving forward, at least the majority of new gold, they are also in political structures that allow them to more easily integrate centralized digital money. So it'll be, I don't want to. Interesting to see in the next couple of years how that begins to roll out. Indeed.
Yeah, I think you might have a case of this is just conjecture now. Don't take this to the bank, but it's just I'm tending to believe that America in particular, but the Western countries will fall more in line with Bitcoin and more sovereign currencies. At least I'd like to think that. And then the Eastern countries will have a full control and stranglehold on with their CBDCs, and they actually might create some of the most prosperous times for those countries. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. I'm actually saying that it could be a good thing. It's all relative, right? To basically where they're coming from. But what the problem that I see is where the Western countries they basically enforce their own federal bank digital currency, and then they block off your ability to purchase sovereign cryptocurrencies. That's where I see it being a problem.
I think there's just because of the experience I have looking at a lot of different chains, there are some crypto opportunities, blockchains that are very decentralized, and even Ethereum. And that gives me a lot of optimism because there is ultimately power in the masses, power in population. So ultimately militaries are, only successful because they have humans that are willing to follow orders, and those humans decisions for themselves. They may be typically in positions where they cooperate under command to make, directed objective decisions, but ultimately they are your neighbors, right? They don't want to become the totalitarian regime that's going to. A lot of how America had to face that reality when they broke away from imperial rule of the British. But there are technologies out there that people can look into that have already achieved a pretty significant decentralization of their network that I don't think any government at this point is going to be able to tie down with or without CBDCs.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because what exactly is going on right now? And this is kind of almost the point of this stream, is so people can understand that we're at a terminal point with regards to fiat. And this chart that we have in front of us right now kind of highlights that, because what's happening in this chart is that over time, starting with the green dots in the 70s, we had a high inflationary period. But why? We had two currencies at the time. You had a gold-backed currency, and then you had a fiat, an actual fiat baseless piece of paper that was being introduced slowly still, because you still have gold-backed and silver-backed currency. Now, once the oil embargo came in and the baby boomers, or the children of the baby boomers, started hitting the workforce, those factors really compounded the inflationary impact of the 70s, right? And that's what you're seeing in these green dots as you're looking at the left axis and the bottom axis, right? Now, the Fed funds rate, again, is the overnight cash rate. And what you're seeing at the bottom, could you remove the panel? I can't see what that x-axis is, and I can't remember what the hell it is. I think that's just CPI. Yeah, that's just CPI. CPI. Never mind, I'm good. That's CPI. So we're talking about CPI in the 70s at double digits into the 80s. Now, that is unheard of. But all of a sudden, in 2022, we're already a hop, skip, and a jump away from 10% on CPI readings. We're at 8+ at this point. And from the 70s to present day, all that's happened are the items that we discussed earlier over time. We went from the 70s into baby boomers, fake money, end of Vietnam, oil embargo, oil shock. Into the 80s, what happened? The inflationary shock, the whole goal for them was to tame it. So those pink dots are what you're seeing as an end result relative to the green dots, because the mission at that point was to kill inflation. And in hand, that in turn saw the introduction of the credit system. And from that point on, you see the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and all the way into present day. What do you see? Suppression of the rate. Now, why is that? Well, think about it. If you're able to earn fiat on your fiat, well, what good does that do them? It does them no good, because the whole objective of a false system, a false monetary system, is for you to literally just continuously give your funds away without knowing it. Inflation is an invisible tax, and we all pay it daily. This is why crypto.
100%.
That's the end of my TED Talk.
And if you see here on the right on this chart here, you can just see, like, once the Fed can no longer do anything from a Fed funds rate perspective to change, they're just running out of options and tools by which to manipulate inflation by, which ends up landing on the consumer. And this chart on the right just shows simple candy bars from 2014 to 2018, how much less you got of the item, of the net weight of the item. You know, so you can lose it in the packaging, you can lose it in the product, you can lose it by your currency being debased. But what this does is it creates a hollow economy, or a hollow society, or a zombie economy, or an unproductive economy, or unproductive society. They're all synonymous because we live in a holographic universe. So what you reap is what you sow. So, like, is very real when I say energy and currency are tied together. They are, from a physics level. intimately integrated, and we'll touch on that more as we move forward. So here we have inflation, a little bit more on inflation. You can just simply see that when, ironically, when the WEF was started, the World Economic Forum in 1971, we saw the beginnings of the largest disparity in wealth gap between the top 1% and the bottom 90%. And Thomas Jefferson was famously quoted as saying, "I believe that banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. Already they have raised up a moneyed aristocracy that has set the government at defiance," meaning, people lobbying for self and benefit versus the benefit of all. "The issuing power of money should be taken away from banks and restored to the people to whom it properly belongs." And then some smartass came in here and said, "This is why I support Richard Hart and Hex." Famously said Thomas Jefferson.
Naturally.
And then that chart above it, it's just showing you that in every single monetary bracket, people are spending less. So they're trying to save more of a debasing currency, or they're trying to preserve their net worth somewhere. And everyone is searching, where am I going to preserve my net wealth in? Because if I leave it in equities, it's going to crash. If I leave it in a real estate bubble, I got to wait 10 years for everything to recover. Or, where do I put my money in a safe place where I can preserve this number on the screen? And I think the trick here is that we'll remind you that you need to start valuing your world in the assets that will run the hardest when the money printer gets turned back on, because that's ultimately what's driving productivity, at least in the West right now. So either do that or get out and innovate, create, and work and create new things. Those are your two options. So this slide here, we're getting to the end of the resistance part, and we're going to move into something a little more exciting. These are just a couple, you've heard stories of the over leverage that's going on, and then the how all these companies are working together behind the scenes to kind of it was good in the beginning because we needed crypto to be bootstrapped by somebody, right? But now it's time for on-chain cryptos to take over. I think that's kind of like the argument, because really what you end up having is authoritarian currencies versus sovereign peer-to-peer sources of value. And authoritarian currencies could be anything like a CBDC all the way to like a BNB, or people could even argue that, they can't really argue. I was gonna say people could argue that centralized supply is sort of authoritarian, but only insofar as it can control the system at whole, which in our case doesn't really apply to an extent, right? It would be at the dismay of the system and the failure of the system if they were bad acting. That's why these blockchain networks are honest networks, right? Because they only work if community works together. So what's the point if it wasn't going to work, right? So just a couple things here. Crypto manipulation. You got to see this chart of all the over leverage that was happening. I mean, Celsius had 11.8 billion under custody. Pause withdrawals June 12th. 3 Arrows Capital completely blown up. BlockFi just got bought. I mean, the list goes on. And Richard Hart was talking about all this stuff that was going to happen a year ago. Pretty amazing how smart he is and how ahead of the game he is. Here on the right, you can see that the CME futures trading halted at the open, and then it got limit down. Like it dropped like a rock, like somebody's front running and setting up the trade. I mean, that happens a lot on these centralized exchanges where trading will go down and on all of them at once, and then everyone that's big names will reposition, and then everything gets turned back on. I've actually lost a trade unfairly one time. It feels like getting cheated in a video game, actually, is what it feels like when that happens. And then just like the simple manipulation that all Texicans have dealt with on CoinMarketCap. I mean, we all know enough about that. Let's move on to part 2. This is going to be the reorient part of the stream. We're going to try to bring it a full circle for you now. So here we have the layers of the economy. This is pretty basic understanding. You get the base layer of the economy. You have Mother Nature. And above that, you have like the social human layer of the love economy, by which families are started and new human resources are born into the world. And then those grow up to create ideas and provide labor for the economy. And then that is split into 3 monetized sectors, which is the underground economy, the public sector, and the private sector. So, and why am I teaching you about all this? Like, why do we care about the layers of all these things? Well, if we can fundamentally understand like what we are and where we are on this rock, maybe we can understand why blockchain is a solution from a physics angle. Like why Maya can flip the entire world upside down and change the entire paradigm. So on the left, we have like the geographical layers, right? You have at the base of the core of the Earth, you have an iron and nickel core, which creates a spin or has a spin and creates this sphere that spins, right? And then it has a north pole and a south pole. And those 2 poles are positively and negatively charged. And this creates electromagnetic gravitational spin on this Earth. And that'll become relevant when you're trying to explain why blockchain has relevance anyways later on because of our understanding of time and space. So built on top of that Earth structure is these different layers of both human perception, physical, industrial, like build out of actual ecosystem. Then you get to like just the land cover, demographics, which is just social metrics of where people are, wetlands, topography, zoning, which is like a legal structure, parcels, and all these layers stack up on top of the ground below us to create this pyramid of the social layers, basically the economic, legal, ethical, and philanthropic, which is important to understand that each one of these layers is going to be affected by something like blockchain fundamentally the same way that the speed at which all this technology adoption is happening. So what all these different layers, when they come together, create is a circular economy. And with that, we've been able to build out new technologies. And when I say technology, like a language can be a technology. Music fire was a technology at one point, and you can extrapolate that as far out as you want. But technology doesn't necessarily mean just like an apparatus, like a silicon chip. It can mean just like a new innovation in the way that we even think. Like you can have mental technology just as well. In a lot of ways, that's proven with blockchain, and that you can have your private key in your mind, and like that's new technology it's totally mental and plays a huge role in your life. So as you go through these layers, just think about how each one of these layers impacts your life. And then think about how a frictionless blockchain allows value transfer to make all of these layers either simplified or eliminated. A lot of this stuff can be solved. Any kind of inefficiencies in these systems is going to be made simpler with something like as you go through the layers with blockchain. These are the economic layers. So this is one of my favorite slides, and it's probably the most significant slide. And so we're going to break it down really, really well. This is technology in the technosphere. This is the acceleration of human life and information, and it'll end up proving why sound and money matters at the end. So if this sphere here, it was the Earth back in the year 1000, and the average sailing speed of a ship was 15 kilometers per hour. 15 kilometers per hour was the max speed you were going to get to make information travel from point A to point B. And then as time progressed, we had certain innovations like the steam locomotive or automobiles, which got us maybe up to 100 kilometers per hour, which meant that from going from point A to point B took a shorter amount of time, which meant information could travel faster. And that was, 1840 to 1930. Then we had the next innovation, propeller planes. Now we're going 500 to 600 kilometers per hour. Then we had jet planes. And then in 1980, we had the supersonic transport. And then in 2000, we had the speed of the internet. Information can now move at the speed of light, which creates this exponential or vertical phase shift where humanity can now go do things at ludicrous speeds. So if you look down here on these scales, like you can see from the right here, you can see like the speed at which things move by. And then you can see that we actually switch from kilometers per mile per hour to gigabytes, mega gigabytes, and so on, because space and time are integrally linked together. And by understanding those better, you can understand that bandwidth is really all that matters. And bandwidth is only limited by the consciousness that can receive it. And I know that sounds esoteric and far out, but what I'm trying to say is that when humans work together and create all these crazy things, and information can flow at such a rapid rate, at such a density, is the large 8 billion person population, like we can start to do the impossible. So you're going to start to see more and more of science fiction become real. So as the population increases, as technology advances, as we evolve, essentially, our understanding, our speed at which we can accomplish things in the manifest physical world and in the ideal world, because both are just as real. Remember, anything that is invented comes first as a thought form and then is transduced down through the human as work and then manifested into reality. So before the iPhone existed, it was an idea in somebody's mind. And so really all innovation and all creative efforts are the root of evolution, are the root of where there is a future for humanity. It's not in looking backward at the ways that worked before. You need to take note of what happened and use history as an example to build something better. But we're at this point now where we're learning science online every single day. We're learning about computing. We're learning about new technologies and new advancements at such a rate that it's going to speed up technology adoptions, which is why we're trying to prime you guys and get you in position to get into these cryptos early. Because if you're positioned in the right ones early enough, you can help us try to help bring forward all the really cutting edge technology that's been suppressed by the resistance for so long. And now everybody's seen an adoption chart before. This is nothing new. You get the early people that face the most resistance, and then there's a market cycle, and then the visionaries step in and pick up the bag. And then there's eventually you hit the middle of the bell curve when all the opportunity's gone and everybody's now the technology's on its tail end, right? But what nobody's ever understood was that it's really not one curve. It's more of like a wave structure. It's a spiral structure that we showed earlier in the presentation. It's a technology adoption wave where all things in life are energy, and all human brains emit the same brainwave pattern at different frequencies in time, because time is just a measurement of frequency. So as this oscillating structure moves forward through time, it speeds up because there is less resistance and more progress. So progress meaning futurist or like anti-gravity versus skepticism and resistance and friction. This is the true adoption curve. It starts small and then it faces all this resistance. Bitcoin early days, right? And then finally you hit $1,000, and then you hit 20,000, and it's just this cycle of adoption from prior to it existing to the early stages to when it's mainstream to when it's no longer needed because we used it as a tool to advance to the next step. So what I did was I took this oscillating energy wave and I overlaid it onto our technology adoption curve. And what you get is, if you can imagine that each new technology coming in and phasing out over time is basically this energy structure of our planet literally heating up and speeding up the molecules of every single atom on it, in it, without it. And it eventually the planet itself is evolving, right? Because we're all a function like hair follicles on the planet of this living being but we're like the terraformers, or we create our lives as dreams on the world. So this is literally those adoption curves and the evolution of mankind just basically speeding up. And is an increase in frequency, both on the chemical, energetic level, but also on a technological level, but also in a spiritual level, but also in a mental level, but also in our physical level. Like all of our bodies are evolving at an increasingly more rapid rate. And if you're one of those bodies that struggles with that, like I'm just going to take a detour here. Like maybe there's something that resistance within you that you have not addressed, or you need to talk to somebody, or you need to learn about something new, because your fulfillment will only come when you chase alignment with higher purpose ultimately, which then you're become one of these people on this curve that's adding to this superluminal motion, where superluminal motion is defined as faster than light motion seen in some radio galaxies. So what do you know that's faster than light? You know, they say there's nothing, but I think we all can agree that there's something, and it's thought. If you know of somebody in existence and they somehow end up on the other side of the universe, 100 bajillion light years away, you still know of their existence. You can't be cut off from that. That's just your mental knowing, right? So thought effectively is the one thing that transcends and goes into these other dimensions of reality, the imaginal realms. And these are all things that we're going to touch on more on Sunday. We're going to go deep into the mind and show you guys a framework to configure your mind or understand the different layers of your mind, from the pre-conscious to the unconscious to the conscious to the superconscious. And we'll talk about how to gain executive function in life and how to advance your life in a very meaningful and powerful way. But to continue with this part of the slideshow, I just want to show you guys a simple internet adoption curve versus crypto. We're early, guys. You've probably seen this chart before, like on World Vision or Real Vision. It's just a simple adoption curve. I mean, does not take, like, people in this stream, you guys are way ahead of it. I'm proud of you guys. Just, I know it's hard trying to convince people that crypto's the future, especially in these kinds of times, but smart money's already positioning. I think most people have some sort of idea that there's something going on. So just continue to be patient and strategically buy dips, and know that you're getting in the right cryptos that are going to try and fix a lot of these problems. So if we can fix the money, look at, they have all of us looking over here at lockdowns, free money, UBI, stocks booming, race riots, populist politics, mass media is over here. Just, we're not looking at that. We're over here in crypto land where we're trying to fix the money. Because if you can fix the inflation problem with a fixed code, you might be able to see those results reflected positively in society in our lifetimes. But if we kept doing what has been going on for 70 years, it's a pretty good chance that we're not going to make any significant changes. So there's a little comment here. This is one of the two big elephants in the room around markets in general. And the other is privacy. Derivatives screwed the everyday metal investor. I think we can all agree, because I can tell you that during 2020, 2021, like silver prices, spot silver prices were like $10 or $15 over what the paper prices were. You couldn't get it physically delivered. It was hard to get. And prices were, but somehow they were able, when I say they, the disparity between the spot price and the paper price, maybe it was a hedged bet, maybe, I don't know how the depth of that market goes, but the point is that you didn't get life-changing returns on those when you know that those things have been artificially suppressed for so long. And so what makes Hex unique is that the liquidity is all on chain, and we know what we have. Like, as it stands, like, it's not going to be able to be easily infiltrated by one big whale. So that protects the existing users, and it protects the incoming users. So everyone's going to have to fight over the price at some point. Some smart guy is going to buy a bunch of this stuff at pennies, and all of his buddies are going to have to chase, which gets us into the sound money slide. So basically the argument here is that metals as a safe haven is a temporary play as an inflation hedge during times of turmoil. But even that's proving to be false, with current gold price slipping. And national currencies are still holding strong or increasing. I just think that all this is a distraction from people really considering digital on-chain stores of value as frictionless, global, cross-border, immutable, censorship resistant, all these properties that makes a real sound money sound, right? Something that we all agree on has value. So the future really is digital, and I just don't think that hoarding heavy metals is anything more than a transition play until stability is met on the world stage. Just from the simple fact of opportunity cost. It's always, with any well risk assessed portfolio, you might want a percentage in that, like different assets, but let's be real, people. Like, you want the gains, and if you are using something like a compound bonded yield over time and you're front running it because you're front running a T-share price increase that goes up forever, just as an example, because I'm not against Bitcoin or ETH either. I think they will, they're going to go up in price too because their supplies are also fixed relative to money print mode, right? So we need to revalue things in cryptocurrencies, and we need to stop thinking in legacy means, right? Because time times energy is the ultimate route to technology. It's also, you don't want to be putting your time and your energy into something that's going to be debased from you forever. I think, again, if we can just remind people of these facts, maybe it'll help. So I'm going to go forward a few more slides, and then I might find a point where we can stop and have a small discussion. So here's just a gold Bitcoin chart. I made the most optimistic gold chart I could, and I took what if we went vertical on gold, and by 2030 it was straight up, and you had a fractal play out, like this fractal here from 1970 to 1980. I mean, you're looking at a 1,200% gain, right? And that's at a $24,000 gold ounce. Doesn't seem like a very good trade. I know that seems like a lot of dollars, but like, again, a lot of us crypto people, we've already flipped and started denominating things that do tens or hundreds or thousands of X multiples to beat inflation, to protect ourselves, to protect our time and our energy. And then chart on the right is just showing gold to Bitcoin. Like, it's been absolutely demolished by Bitcoin. But if the Fed was going to show you the gold to Bitcoin chart, they'd zoom into like the 4-hour chart and show you this green candle probably. So Hex.com, the compound bonded yield cryptocurrency. Why is a T-share so important? Well, for one, it went up in value from 60 cents all the way up to $10,000 in less than 2.5 years. But not only that, it's divisible indefinitely for our means, and it's 1 trillion of something. When have you ever owned 1 trillion of anything? You know what I mean? 1 trillion of something that has went from 60 cents to 10,000 US dollars, and you can have 1 trillion of this asset, right? And then as those get out of reach in dollar terms in the future, the decimal place moves, and people can buy only 100 billion, and then only can buy 500 million. And the point is that through the natural bull and bear market cycles of this asset, underlying asset, the Hex cryptocurrency, there's going to be opportunity to buy cheap and opportunity to sell high for a long time. Right now, people are trading Hex for money. I mean, it runs up and down 160% in a week, and then it goes down like 80%. And so there's like huge opportunity there with the volatility to make money. So people are using it like a vehicle right now, and its uses will change over time, right? So as the market grows and matures, eventually the Hex asset will have a big enough liquidity pool that it will sustain its own kingdom or its own economy. And yeah, we're not there yet, but anyone that's been in earlier can start to see the yield form in their T-shares. They understand the system, and they're not turned off by it. They want more. Like, most people want more of these things. All right, so this here chart is comparing Hex yield with Bitcoin yield because it's always been a big argument of, Hex versus Bitcoin, if they're both competing for the store of value title. I mean, I personally think they can both coexist, and for different reasons. But like, just bear with me. Like, the price of price of the yield of the generating asset and goes up or down in USD with the price of Hex. So that means that T-shares goes up or down in US dollars with the price of Hex. In Bitcoin, the price of mining hash rate goes up or down, and that's indexed. So like, the computers you purchase to get yield in Bitcoin goes up and down. So those are effectively your T-share and your Bitcoin miner are effectively synonymous. They do the same thing. They both produce yield. One, it has physical work involved. One, you pay Ethereum gas fees to support Ethereum for it to basically reciprocate back to you in the form of yield and hex. On the right, we have hex stakers pay Ethereum gas fees to protect the network and receive daily reward paid in hex. Bitcoin miners pay for overhead costs to protect the network and receive daily reward paid in BTC. So they're similar, the systems, like total T-shares. This total T-share chart, total yield generating assets in hex are deflationary to protect the system over time, meaning this curve is going to curve down because eventually, as the share rate continues to tick up, as it's programmed to do, they become rarer and more expensive in US dollar terms. And because they become more expensive, they obviously become more expensive because the thing that they're pumping out is worth more. So they only become rarer and more expensive because they're yielding more. They're generating more for their long-term holders. So with Bitcoin, the total supply of Bitcoins to ever be mined are deflationary. That's by its fixed nature, and deflationary as in inflation gets cut in half every 4 years, and that protects that system over time. So they're both using deflationary models effectively. And then the stock to flow model down here on the right, inflation rate for hex is locked at 3.69%. The total generating asset yield is deferred over 6 years on average, meaning it's actually comes in at less than 3.69% because a percentage of that is deferred. So once the coins that are being sold now are pumped through the system, there's going to be a lull. And then during that lull is when you're going to see potential for price increases. Inflation rate for Bitcoin, on the other hand, is halved every 4 years, and new yield generating miners, so buying more miners, is capped only by the amount of investment capital and resources, aka electricity, required to produce them and run them. So yield is never deferred. So inflation rate is fixed on a 4-year cycle because the yield's not deferred, but the inflation rate gets cut in half every 4 years. So it kind of has a deferred effect, sort of, but not really because you're getting paid on the spot. So they're similar systems. One of them has way less overhead and headache, and it just happens to be the one that's harder to run and bigger industrial scale that is going to produce less X's over the next few years. And I can tell you that because to compete with the hex yield on T shares in this next bull run for a Bitcoin miner, you're going to have to run a megawatt size facility, which is hundreds or thousands of computers to even compete to try to earn. If you were to try to get your hex bag by mining Bitcoins and converting that to hex, it would take you so long that you'd never be able to outcompete the share rate at this stage in the hex's lifespan. And I know this because I was a miner. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a properly allocated risk profile and just, like being a Bitcoin miner, ETH miner, and also having the goal of obtaining more hex T-shares, right? Because they're all yielding assets that are going to do better in a money printing element of an economy, right? Got a couple more charts on hex here. You got the compound growth of hex. Down here in the bottom left corner, understand that this is the base of a parabola and this is the daily yield. So this yield had a jump of 755 hex in one day. That was a day that Wales and I streamed with Kareem. And that was a crazy day because one dolphin made the share rate jump that high. And it seemed significant at the time, but this is insane how what this is projecting out from this point forward. If you understand what this means, you're in T-shares, you're a very happy person. Because like if you look on this right side over here, the amount of T-shares that are going to be in the pool in past like 2026 is less than 8.9 mil. And then a year later, you're at 8 mil. So it's like, this is just a projection, but I mean, it's going to get competitive, and it's really going to get competitive when hex hits the dollar standard. Like once one hex equals $1, a lot of your regular normie friends are going to start to like wonder how you did so well. And then, this is just the way that these things work. It's just a matter of time until the Fed has to start printing and asset prices comes back up. So, but doesn't mean you need to rush in and like dump your whole load. I think you should be strategic about it. don't put in more than you can afford to lose, but just slowly acquire T-shares, because even just like small few $100 buys can add up over a year. You know what I mean? So especially with an asset that can still go up thousands of X. And by the way, as I'm talking right now, Hex is hot. It's #1 on Dex tools. Like, people are trading the crap out of it. Do you know the value that is in trading a range of 100% range up and then 40% down? And then even just during the stream, we're up another 15%. Like, insane value prop. And you can stake it. So there's multiple forms of yield. It's just crazy. I don't know. This is a good slide for Orca to key in on. This is basically showing complex systems. Complex systems. What do you got to say about this?
Oh man, complex systems. Complex systems, I can take that a couple of different directions. So one complex system that frustrates me is the world of high frequency trading, where you could argue that the legacy financial system is ultimately controlled by adversarial artificial intelligence engines that are dueling against one another so fast and so powerfully, with so much liquidity backing them playing the game anymore. The system is almost out of our hands, if not entirely out of our hands. But then complex systems from more of an esoteric standpoint, you could look at like particle wave theory and the relationship of quantum entanglement and how our existence, I wanted to bring this, even though none of us are in the same room right now, all of us, including everybody in the chat, is touching in terms of quantum entanglement. We all are touching a molecule that's touching a molecule that's touching a subatomic particle, right? And the idea of like distance, where my hand ends and the empty space of my room begins, is an illusion built upon my limited humanoid perception of time and space. But in reality, we can look at how subatomic particles like quarks are able to actually maintain a relationship with one another across any distance, any observable distance in the universe. And so when you talk about complex systems, especially in bringing it back to like crypto, you could talk about how dynamic the interplay of human relationships are with the development of decentralized technology, because we have the ability for all of us to contribute to a system without having to physically be hand in hand, hammer to hammer, building this infrastructure. You know, this isn't the transcontinental railroad. This is like the transcendental blockchain neighborhood. And so this gives us new context through which we can view human cooperation. And when you begin to think about what that entails with regard to the chart we looked at with the, wow, I actually got the direction right on stream, with the increased velocity of technological advancement and how it simulates the size of the earth that we live on, we have like Twitter spaces and YouTube streams and Telegram chats and all of these things where we are exchanging information with a more diverse community of people that are able to provide more efficient contributions, larger projects than ever before in human history. And so with regard to crypto, I don't really get intimidated by the idea of authoritarian governments, because they will always suffer. It's like in the Matrix when Morpheus is describing agents and he says to Neo that you have don't, right? They will always be bound by the rules of a game. Governments will always be bound by bureaucracy and politics. And some of what has stopped Ethereum from launching into Ethereum 2.0 is that they have internal politics, which creates bureaucracy, which creates lag. But with regard to the human spirit, we are as free as we choose to be, to fight for. And so our ability to advance our fate in a direction that we choose as opposed to a direction that we suffer ultimately comes down to our ability to cooperate as a community, whether it be global or interstellar. It doesn't really matter. That the idea is that we have tools at our disposal that allow us to move infinitely faster than any of the adversaries that wish to contain us. And that's something that Richard speaks to with regard to forking chains, because they're consensus based. So if anybody did decide to become an adversary, we can all come together and say, I like everyone on the screen more than I like the guy trying to hurt my friend or else. And the fact that they would have to come to these bureaucratic decisions and conclusions that ultimately are always chasing us, we will always be able to move faster than their programmed, institutionalized power. And that gives us, you think about the relationship between mass. We are in many ways less massive because we're all little individual players, but we actually benefit with extreme velocity. And what if your velocity is so incredible that you could actually go and communicate with your neighbor virtually instantaneously? That's like a coming together of a lot of tiny little tidbits, subatomic particles that create a mass greater than the sun. And that's where humans have the power, where freedom will always prosper, is that those people that wish to institutionalize power and leverage it against individuals will have to convince all within their circles to continue to propagate that formation of power, because we will always have the opportunity. One individual, one candle can light 1,000 more. And so each one, reach one, teach one is a philosophy that allows us to empower humanity far faster. We can set an humanity that no institution can put out, because our fire will always outrun the resources that they require in order to
Yes, and key point here too to that is that with that we actually have the ability to incentivize people to do it with mad gains. So you actually get rewarded for being good. It's amazing. Or at least for pushing forward the aligned incentive, I guess.
Absolutely. I think aligning incentives is a natural sociological hierarchical method in which people are able to benefit through meritocracy, right? You want to, if you're going to exert energy, it would be ideal, in my opinion, to receive benefit equal to or greater than what you put in. And we understand, Aristotle's quote, a lot of people misappropriate the words, but the real quote is, when translated into English, is that the whole is different than the sum of the parts. Most people say the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, but he said different, because that implies to me that it's not always beneficial to be greater than. Sometimes we do want to be decentralized, and we want to be so small no bullet can hit us. The air surrounding the bullet would simply push us away, and therefore we wouldn't be attacked. And there are times that we do want to, you want the school of fish to be able to fool the shark. So we have more flexibility, more malleability, and more power because of it than any of these isolated behemoths that are only behemoths in the sense that they can be loud, but that doesn't make them powerful. It just makes them intimidating to those power that they have.
Right. It also makes those that are ignorant to the way that they can get out of the trap of debt slavery. They're still subject to it. I mean, they're kind of just in their own little mind prison and kind of trapped by that. And so a lot of the times people can just not see a way out, but they just need to be reminded that life is a living dream, and like you can make the incredible happen. It's very real, because it's all got to do with the way that you respond to the world instead of letting the world act on you.
Definitely.
So these last few slides here, here he is, Jim Rat. I know it's way past your bedtime,
He's
buddy.
a warrior, man. This might be the latest he's ever stayed up.
I appreciate you. We only got a few slides left, man.
I'm learning, bro.
Let's go, dude. I don't know how you could be learning when you got one eye closed, but
I got no eyes closed.
Fighting, baby. He's fighting.
No, you look good. You look good.
Fighting the good fight.
You want to do a pump up here? Pump us up one more time?
Yeah, dude. You guys should all share this stream right now. We've been streaming for 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds, guys. If you have not shared this out yet, shame on you. If you think this is absolute alpha, biceps in the chat all over the place. I want to see biceps absolutely everywhere, guys. Pokegon any second now. Okay. Biceps everywhere.
I gotta give GRC some dope credit real quick, because earlier while we were in the green room, he dropped, this is a trademarked word of his own by Gold Key, who is our trademark attorney. If you use this, Dopaminergonomics.
Yes.
Dopaminergonomics. So like,
you might need to type that in.
Yeah, dude, I'll drop it. You know, it's cutting edge. We might even have to hash out the spelling, but
We got to get
when
Mock on that.
yes, dude, when Axis was talking about like our ability to align the incentives, I think that economy is the dopaminergonomic economy. So that's like,
Oh, baby.
that's the future, man.
The
Everyone
penultimate.
at their houses at the same time having a Pokemon like childhood rush is just as economically powerful as anything in this day and age. When copyright laws are totally out the window now, well, it's just a wild west. You know what I mean? Like, who knows what's what, who's suing what? It's like,
So this is so crazy, dude. So on Sunday we're going to talk about technology that you guys don't even know exists. Like I actually have like actual data to show you guys this technology that is so cutting edge nobody knows it exists. And it's funny because if the technology were to get out, it would completely fundamentally change the need for like IP. Like for example, there's a company in Japan that can produce a 15 nanometer diamond disc. The diamonds can be grown in a lab for almost no cost. And in the imperfections of that diamond, you can put 25 million terabytes of information inside of there. And this exists on Earth now. Now imagine what happens to the computer memory industry when you can purchase a one-time purchase diamond wafer that will last 100 years and store enough data that the rest of the technology won't be able to catch up for 50 years. Like where the video and the audio, and maybe by this point we're absolutely crazy transporting literal biological matter through space-time. Like I don't know, but my point is your limiting factor then becomes bandwidth and not space. We will have figured out the space storage part of it, right? This is all coming back to the universe is mental. The universe is data. It is information number. It is a matrix. It is a living matrix that you tie into. And the way you tie into it is by understanding space and time. So this brings me to my slide here. The reason why I want you guys to understand space a little better, and the reason why I want you to understand time a little better, so that we can bring them together and make you understand that your heart and mind are our literal living axis by which you connect to the rudimentary code of nature. And what I mean by that is when you understand space, when you understand time, you will understand how important blockchain is and how important the first time deposit on the blockchain is. Okay. So everything is time, energy, and currency. Well, Hex monetizes time. Currency is current, which is now, which is of the time, which is a technology in a rapid superluminal reality that we're in. And if we can measure it in space, we can measure it in blocks, right, on the blockchain. So now we've made space very real on the digital landscape, which is frictionless, borderless, immutable, censorship resistant, yada, yada. Well, the way we measure space in the real world is by using a compass, and we use the poles, North Pole, South Pole, as your guiding factors for determining your location of place in space. So that North and South Pole actually does not stay static, it shifts slightly. So what I'm trying to tell you is that even the Earth itself, its understanding, its own space changes electromagnetically speaking. And I already tried to explain how currency is energy and currency is now, and currents are like flows of water in a river, or currents of flow of money from one side of the world west to one side of the world east, or I've all these things. We need to understand that words are spells meant to disguise the truth, which is that reality is actually holographic, and you just need to find the place to store your time and your energy. So by understanding your place on space, by understanding that your space, your place is relative to its your orientation relative to the pole, which changes, right? And by understanding time, which is the measurement of the frequency or the passage of time. So time is measured in units, like numbers, and space is measured in words or language. But both key off of the electromagnetic force of the earth. So that is energy. That is relative. But the blocks of the blockchain in time create a consensus or continuity by which the digital world can tie itself to the very electromagnetic structure below our feet, which is the earth itself, which is why I showed you all the layers earlier. So if you combine space and time, now look at this clock on the right. This is using the North Pole as the basis for a 24-hour clock. And each one of these hours is actually a space. It's a time zone. So unless you are measuring space, you cannot measure time. And then consequentially, if you're in space and you move, your relative location to the electromagnetic point by which you're defining that is going to change, right? In space, which takes time to move from A to B. This all comes back to humanity shifting its vibration to a higher point, higher thought, higher technological capacity, faster information flows, faster data rates, technology that's going to blow your guys' minds. But fundamentally, it's going to be backed by sound money principles that the digital world is tied in to space as it is tied into time. So blockchain, space, time, they're the same. They're synonymous. This sequence ties the digital and the real world. So it gives us an immutable way to track our lives. It's, you know, in a way that cannot be destroyed, you know, unless you get hacked or you're not very good OPSEC or X, Y, or Z. But under any normal conditions, this is the sovereign tool, right? This is ultimately energy, is understanding these principles and understanding where to store them. So currency is a medium of exchange. Its general use or acceptance or prevalence, which is time dependent on the time zone in spatial time, meaning if it was the year 1900, that time zone in the past, the dollar was a main factor, but not until 42 did it become, in that time zone, post World War II, did it become the world reserve, right? So depending on what time zone you're in, well, what time zone do you guys think we're heading toward? We're heading toward a future of decentralized money. So current of energy, current is time, like now time. Now is all that really truly exists, right? Because you can plan for the future, you can remember the past, and those are very real. That's why visualizing manifests your future and manifests your reality, and why so many stories of people finding hacks and their entire lives are changed. It's not because of the 10,000x, because of the technology that underlies it. It literally monetized time space tied to the electromagnetic field of the earth in a meaningful way, right? And it has special privileges such as the OA and other things that helps it even be more successful. It's literally genius. So current is now, current is electricity, currency is energy, currency is money. Time is energy. Time on the blockchain is the tool. Sound money is now. I got, that would be a good place to stop probably. But I do want to say that this has been attempted before, that people have tried in the past. So here, Henry Ford tried in the 20s to, he said he would replace gold with an energy currency to stop wars. You know, what happened to that? Like, this guy had the idea for a primitive cryptocurrency all the way back in the 20s, man. So when we talk about resistance, I mean, that's some serious resistance, you know? So you think about this. if everything is frequency and energy, and we're just starting to come to this realization, and you really think about the way that time is divided up arbitrarily right now, like you get 12 months with random days, it just doesn't seem easy. Like society, like living and getting through society every day should be easy. Well, what would be more easy than having 13 months and each month had 28 days? That would equal 364 days with a 28 day per month allocation. That would be in line with the women's fertility cycle. That would be in line with the moon cycles. Like it would be much more with the harmonic clock of actual astral bodies moving through space time. Like it would actually be something that makes sense. And then you'd have like the leftover 365th day where that day would be the day year to define the next whole year. And that would be like the day out of time, so to speak. And then you'd have your next 13 months with 28 apiece. And, you know, if humans are the only things that it can create their own time, artificial timing frequency and go by it. And that is partly the reason why there's so much resistance in the world, is because we're literally lying to ourselves about the nature of time itself. So if you understand timing as frequency and time, the importance of that, then if you could get into a harmonic timing frequency that was even and evenly distributed, maybe it would have different effects on your psyche. I don't know. This stuff hasn't been tried at scale yet, but it seems like it would make sense, right?
Well, I think let me interject here. It's important to remember. Maybe a lot of people don't know. We started off with a 13-month, 28-day calendar, and in the quote unquote Romans changed it to what we know presently as the Gregorian or the Georgian calendar. I can't remember the damn
Yeah,
name
the
of it, but the
Gregorian.
365 day Gregorian, a 12-month, 365 day calendar, 12 month, 30 day, calendars or whatever. So they took time away from us. Actually.
Yes. Very, very well said. Yes, they took time away from us. They created a disharmonic time. And a lot of the problem, not I can say a lot of subjective things, but the key here is that this was tried. The guy who ran Kodak in the early, sort of in 1989, they used this calendar. And it worked for a couple of years, and then it's just like everything else that tries to change, it just fades away. So things to look at, if we can understand our time a little better in our space and where we are right now. This is our last slide. This is a representation of what the why. So why now is all this change, rapid superliminal humanity thing going on? Well, it's because we're entering a period of space called the photon belt, which is like the middle section of the Milky Way galaxy. You can see it here in the rings. And our solar system just went back into the ring, meaning highly charged particles, meaning changing things fundamentally and speeding up the rate at which atoms move, like the energy of all life on Earth and in our solar system. 10,000 years of darkness followed by 2,000 years inside the photon belt. Well, we just entered the photon belt the last 20 years. And so what it's doing is all humans are a function of the Earth, sort of like a biopsychic battery, so to speak. So we evolve and change because we're honestly just little figments of the energy of the sun, essentially, along with all the other biological life. We think we have free will, and we do within certain bounds, but even our very thoughts are dictated by the natural rhythms of the universe and the cosmos. And if you go outside, like if you're in Colorado up in the mountains, you look up at night, you can see this galactic midplane of all of this supercharged dense material that's literally affecting us at the DNA level and allowing us to think more broadly and evolve our society. And this is the reason why humanity's got 1,000 years of some of the best times of history coming. It's because of this period and this time period that we're going through and through space. So purchase land, cut cables, love your family, delete your consumer debt if you can. If you can't, just keep working. It'll come. Try to be creative. Think of good ways to get extra work done to make some more money, or however you can. Dollar cost average on every new low on things that you believe in. and do your research. Cook your own food when you can, honor your ancestors. They didn't just get there, they produced this, so honor that. Build a community online and offline. It's up to you. Make your life a permanent study, support independent thinking, and spend time in nature. And if you do these things, the bear market won't even phase you, because you'll be so far ahead of everybody, nutritionally, mentally, physically, spiritually, that you'll be able to just take life by the horns and do good in the world and be like a little light beam that just makes everyone happy, and not in a sort of naive sort of way, but in an actual applicable and change the world sort of way. Like, we're not fucking around, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Nope. I mean, I kind of want to harp on a comment that Orca made earlier in the chat, and it's something that I do constantly, and it's going to sound like a lie to everybody, but you have to keep two opposing views in your mind at all times, because if you don't, that's exactly how you get blindsided. You must keep all views. You have to have every perspective. This is how you defeat all the naysayers. This is how you deflect the hate, deflect the lies, deflect the slander. Because if you don't have the opposing view, when I first found Hex, what did I do for 60 days? I literally thought it was a scam, even though I had no idea that was the narrative. I just treat things that way, because that is how you find the least possible risk in anything. It's by looking at the downside, not the pie in the sky. Very important that people understand that, because everybody seemed to have forgotten that that's how I even started this whole streaming crap. It wasn't to entertain you. It was to educate you. So don't forget what this is about. This isn't entertainment. So if you think it is, you will be the one to get wrecked. 100%. Only a matter of when, not if. So do yourself the favor. Focus on becoming educated and stop playing yourself, because that only leads to rectum.
Yeah, I love that. So well said.
So when we get back together,
Yeah,
on Sunday, we're gonna dive deeper into technology, spiritual currency, a mental framework, some pretty cool stuff, some pretty far-reaching stuff. I'm probably more excited for that part. This was more just setting the tone. If you made it this far, you have a bunch of tools in your bag now to try to understand the macro structure and kind of how to protect yourself from a lot of the pitfalls in society, right? So I appreciate that. And if Orca, if you want to say a couple things, Jim Rat, you want to say a couple things, that'd be awesome. You can pull us up again. Bullish, if you're still there.
I'm not 100% sure if Bullish is still there.
I don't know if he's still there.
Hey, if we got to make it a party, somebody
It's
call
all
him, man.
good.
I'll call him. Give me 1 second.
I would just say my signing off message is that I have so much more to contribute to this conversation. So you have to tune in for part 2.
Awesome.
Definitely tune in for part 2. Yeah.
So Sunday night, same time. It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna go faster, but the density of the material is gonna be more. So you're gonna get a higher bit rate. This stuff had to go a little slower to kind of explain this stuff. So pretty excited. But I can't really just dump the stream here. We have to basically have Jim Rat basically entertain us now for a half hour until Bullish gets back.
Nice.
Guys, the thing is, with dopaminergonomics, it's quite complicated. Similar to Wagonomics.
Complex system.
It's similar to Wagonomics. It's similar to Wagonomics in the way that it works. It's a little more powerful than the Pumpamentals and Hex, but we don't like to compare and contrast the two things because they're just different. I'm just joking.
Dopaminergonomics.
Dopaminergonomics.
Wait, dude, don't be flexing your big brain on me like that, bro.
when we are that's the RuneScape and the World of Warcraft, the Pokemon feeling, any game that had over 900 million transactions per month. It makes you feel that feeling. They manufactured that feeling inside of you that makes you feel like Do you know that feeling when you're sitting there playing a video game, clicking a button, you would rather be nowhere else in that world?
Oh yeah.
It's interesting how they can get people to that point, but we can't even offer them free money to get to the fucking click.
Isn't it crazy?
I
Now,
can't even
damn, I
get
never
them to
thought
the
about it
click,
like that.
Wales.
Holy fuck.
I can't
I'm
get them to the
sorry.
click. I've had
Yo, I never
500
thought
hours
about
on
it like that.
RuneScape,
That's
and it's
insane.
crazy.
Yo, what the fuck? Dude, you just fucked
Dude,
my whole head up.
video games were the original cryptos. That's just the way it is.
I was never a video game
They were
person,
just
so I don't really get that
centralized.
aspect.
Yeah. No, I
But
mean,
the
like,
way
I
I see it
remember
is,
before
you
back in
gotta
the day, you
just
didn't have like a dollar amount to put on shit, and then eventually, prestige, man, and like the amount of time. Again, this comes back to time and energy. Like the amount of time and effort and energy you had to pour into a game, hundreds or thousands of hours to receive some cosmetic item or some upgrade, like that ended up having real world dollar value, right? That's what's crazy. That was the crazy thing, development, right? With a lot of that stuff. Blew my mind when it happened, and I was a gamer, right? I didn't see that value there. I'll be first to admit. But I
saw
knew
the
that I wasn't
value
gonna let
there when
that
I got
happen twice.
scammed, and I wanted to put a bullet in my freaking head. I remember in RuneScape, that's when I knew the value proposition of RuneScape was real, because I got robbed. Dude just told me like, "Hey, do this, that, and the other, and you'll get whatever." And I did it, and it was the first time I ever really got duped, and it was tragic. I mean, there was no one to talk to about it. There was no customer service, and I got wrecked, and I felt it for the first time. I was like, I just gave that dude my fucking money. Like, holy shit. And then, like, I was also selling RuneScape items to friends at school because I was such a willow log salesman of sorts.
Yeah,
You always
man.
had that
Classic.
gene. Now look at you, two Pokegon bros, dude. By the way, I'll send over some funds. Yeah, I was gonna buy maybe a couple.
Nah, I'm gatekeeping you. Just kidding. The only person I'm gatekeeping
I'm gonna have
is
to
Goldkey.
I'm gonna actually have to go out and geolocate now.
The only person I'm gatekeeping is Goldkey, because he's gonna sue me with all of his patents and intellectual property,
What if
all
this
his trademarks,
What if this
copyright.
mint function is just to like dox people somehow, like get everyone with a lot of crypto to like walk to the same spot?
Oh man, the idea that the participants in this game have a lot of crypto compared to the people that made this game is a hilarious
Play a little
idea.
bit too, but they're not on feet. A mock.
They are in a
Amaki.
little bit different bag situation.
Amaki's a whale.
He is the thing. He's the thing that allows the whales to feel like they're whales. He's the star people, the aliens. All your bags belong to us.
you know, it's funny. For the longest time, I really did consider myself an alien because I was just by my damn lonesome, right? Like a lot of us.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't until I found this community that I realized that, yo, I am not an alien, really. Maybe we all are. Maybe the people outside of our community are aliens.
Right.
Who the hell knows? But there's something going on, because what Jim Rat just said is crazy. We're literally here trying to give people an out, and they rather not. It reminds me of that Bartleby story. I prefer not. I rather not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you mean, bro? Just do the shit. Just look right here. Here's this X marks the spot on the map. Why don't you want to look? Why don't you want to find out? It's kind of crazy. And I mean, I work on Wall Street. I see the shit every single day. And these are people that think they understand finance and economics. I laugh at them, just like I laugh at the whole academic space within the same realm. I used to want to be a PhD in economics. I know all about academia. They're a flat out joke. And they're so much of a joke that I couldn't even bother to waste my time. And it took me 8 years just to get that stupid piece of paper, because it's that inconsequential. It adds no real value in its current form. It's just a check that you gotta check in the check boxes of life, unfortunately.
Yep.
Not anymore,
Yeah.
but at the time it was.
Yeah, like knowledge
Go
is
ahead, brother.
taught, but wisdom is sought, and you can't
Mhm.
you can't read
right.
enough lines in a book to be able to understand the context and the subtext of what was
Yep.
sourcing that energy.
Trying to
So,
be relayed. Yeah.
mhm.
I mean, I remember sitting in these classes and really trying to learn, because what piqued my interest, what was happening in the real world, not what was happening in some book. Because when I started college, I was going to college to become an engineer, not anything financial or economic or accounting wise. Like, I just had no interest in this whatsoever. And when I saw the world just falling apart in real time, I was just like, what the hell is going on? Because that's all you heard in 2006 and 7 and 8. This is all you heard about. How the hell could you ignore it? And somehow every fucking body did but me. How else do I know all of this shit? It's not by mistake, folks. It's because I went looking. I went looking. I mean, I remember I wrote a paper or I did a project in college on the housing market. And it was one of those loaded projects, kind of a standard joint. So you had to answer these questions and provide your research, blah, blah, blah. And one of the questions was, when do you think the housing market is going to be normal again? Now, I got to tell you guys, this was literally 10 years ago when I did this. It took almost a little bit over 10 years because it's summertime. And this was during the spring semester. And I forecasted the year 2022. Boy, was I wrong. Because the housing market never, ever normalized, and it's never going to. It's not.
How can
It's
it?
just
I mean,
they
just
just
doesn't seem
rammed
like
it with
it
more
can.
debt.
Yeah.
They just rammed it with more debt. And that's what people don't understand. I mean, to not grasp how a piece of something that's stationary just goes up in monetary value. And I'm saying monetary in
It's
quotes
scarcity of
because
land, I guess, is what they're trying to say. They're trying to get across. That's what they're trying to make
they're
you
trying
ape into.
to make you
This
think
idea
that, but that's not
that
true.
that land is scarce, right?
Yeah, but that's not true.
It
What's
is
scarce is value.
in
No, it's
downtown
not.
New York.
80% of
You know what I
well,
mean? Relative.
what the hell is in downtown New York? Nothing.
Look, people are running
Nothing
away
there.
from there. So
Everything.
obviously people don't think there's
Exactly.
anything there. You know what I mean? That's kind of the interesting thing that's happening.
But
You can't
this
even
is
do
one
the
of those
fun shit.
conundrums. But that's one of those conundrums that fools people into believing that there's value. For example, you buy a piece of property in New York City, for example. You're going to pay 3x, 4x, 8x more than it costs in Atlanta, Houston, or whatever other city you can drum up, Austin, whatever. You're going to pay way more, period, just because of that conundrum that they lay on you to make you think that there is this value there. But in reality, it's just that there's so many people in this area economically that your dollar goes that further, that much less further. It doesn't go far at all. That's why you got to move to Dallas to get something decent. That's why you got to move out of the city. You can't sit here and pretend that your house going from 200K to 600K is some baller move that you made. No, it's not. Sorry. It's not.
That's awesome.
You just believe in the lie. You're just believing the lie.
Right. That's why everyone's a genius during the bull run, man. It's like, oh yeah,
Goddamn right.
I invested in all the right stuff, but yeah, you and everybody else. Congrats.
That's right.
Yeah, some of the people
They
that
ain't
bought
looking so hot
XRP
right
6
now.
years ago in a bull run, they still love it.
Mhm.
Still
They're
love
still waiting to
some
break
of my
even.
favorite blockchain that exists has the worst price chart for the last year. If you don't know how to be gaming it, so like, dude, people that are denominating things in US dollars, I don't care, dog.
Mm-hmm.
You're not even speaking my language.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever
Ever
just like,
since,
you can't
19
resist it? You get that dopaminergic rush where you just have to dance a little bit. Like, I just can't help it. I'm just vibing so hard right now. Just moving in the waves.
I
Man.
do.
I do.
John is crazy, man.
I'm cheesing hard as hell.
You haven't even
moving in the
slept
way.
in
It's
like
like,
72 hours.
yeah, dude, this is day. I don't even, dude. Literally like when people they'll let me know like, hey, next Saturday I'm hoping to. I'm like, I don't. Is next Saturday right now? Like, I don't know what that is, dude. You pay attention to these dates and these times. The sun comes up, the sun goes down. Sometimes I'm in a room with fluorescent lights. I turn down. It's just like, hey man, we'll get there when we get there. Okay. You send me a message 15 minutes before.
Precisely.
I will be 10 minutes late, and that is the schedule we are working on. Okay. I will still
love
ice
it.
coffee on fucking everything in the meantime. Don't
Somehow
worry.
you're always right, and as you find alignment and you find like that you're moving
Oh
closer
yeah,
and
dude.
closer toward
That's how I've even gotten through like all of my schooling, dog. Like there's deadlines and shit. I don't even pay attention to the calendar. I just allow my body naturally wakes me up to the moment of opportunity, and then it's like, okay, taking care of business, and we're
Some
done.
of my best work was done the morning of. I'll give you an example. My brother's wedding. I wrote the speech the morning of, and it was amazing
Nice.
for his wedding. Yeah, so it's I mean, just like some people work different ways. I happen to be timely.
Hell yeah.
Never
Man.
too early, never too late.
Right. It's the Gandalf timing.
That's like the three wise
Wizard
wizards
derives
theory.
precisely
That
what
was
you
the
mean.
theory here.
Bob Lagai, still up, my guy.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to
You guys
Bob.
just want to all
Shout out to
four
everybody
take
in the chat,
dip out of
actually.
here? Yeah, for sure. Appreciate everybody listening tonight for this long. It's been a super long one. I promise that Sunday is going to be a little more quicker pace and have some stuff that you maybe you definitely will not know about. So that's going to be
For
cool.
sure. I want the entire chat to know that all of the Pokegon you're waiting on, Ax's fault.
Yeah,
Wales and
totally.
GRC and I and Bullish, we were all like, hey, we're not going to do this show. Obviously, we got to mint all the Pokegon. Axis was like, no, we're doing the show. Right? Fuck it, we'll do it.
Till the 8th,
till
right?
the end of the weekend. So now I have to do that. Just now you're making me go and look at the calendar.
You have 3 days.
That's
basically.
like unlimited time, dude. That's unlimited time.
For you, dude, you could fit 3 lifetimes in 3 days.
So we got unlimited time, dude. Unlimited time.
Gold Key has been here.
I start to feel like we're running out of time. Then we're fucking running out of time. But like until that notion hits, I have no qualms about it. We're all right.
My dude. Well, dude, should we just all hit the leave button and then everyone in the chat?
I don't think that ends the stream.
It'll have to keep going then, because I'm not staying up all night. There's people.
I might even pop back in and I might pop back in a couple hours from now while I'm into my Poke game.
Yeah, like 2 seconds later, he's got.
I mean, if you guys want, hey, Orca, it's all yours, bro. If you want to take over, you're more than welcome, dude. And just
I want to relocate, dude. This is my cave.
Dude, by the way,
I don't have to like.
About your coffee incident, like, is it gonna be like that? That's fried or like?
Oh, it's gone. It's super duper gone for sure. It's gone.
No,
I tried.
was that your mining rig, or was that just your desktop?
No. Well,
machine,
it does have some mining to it, but like very minimal.
Very minimal.
It was mostly I'm just trying to figure out like, do I have any files on there that I didn't distribute? I'm usually pretty good about it, but sometimes I'm not super good about it. So we'll see. We'll see in like 3 months when I'm like,
dude, he was so excited to get in here that he tipped an entire large coffee on his computer earlier.
That's this thing right here. 100% of it. It was like none of it landed.
Bro, I should have messaged you on Twitter. But bro, don't worry. We'll get it when we get it.
I don't give a shit, man.
Only 15.
It is what it is. Like I like.
All right.
Ironically, I cursed about it for like 12 seconds. Whatever. What am I gonna do, man? Just move on.
Yeah. All you can do is beat yourself
up. It was scream for a second, and then it was like, oh, did that fix it? Nope, still fucked. Okay, moving on.
Right, the rational mind takes over.
All right. So what video game should we log on to and stream?
Oh man, good question. I think really somebody should do like I'm sorry, Nintendo. I mean, like a paid version on a Game Boy that you hook up to an HDMI. Someone should just start playing the OG Pokemon, dude. Gotta get your ball.
It's hard to do that with 60 hours of educational content.
You should honestly do just pull up RuneScape. Pull up your old RuneScape account.
There you go.
To be honest, I sold all that shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, man. To get money like
X or what, dude?
I think I got like $1,100 off someone for that shit at the end.
Yeah, it could be legit. My buddy used to like write scripts and stuff that his character would like mine and shit by itself, like go fishing, and then he would like sell the accounts to people for tons of money.
I liquidated everything in my life, but the last thing was the RuneScape sale. I mean, literally
wow.
the best thing.
The
That's just goes
nostalgia.
to show. Goes to show, dude. Those guys are smart when it comes to like product market fit and marketing and everything. It has a lot disgusting amount to do with it. Social
Crazy.
content.
Just called me out, dude. My laptop is
All right, so I'm hopping off
100%
here.
Lavender Town.
Yeah.
I am too. I'm gonna go and do the Pokegan minting because honestly, I'm getting withdrawals. Like it's become so much of my daily routine now.
Definitely, you're looking like you're a little weak. You need to go definitely fulfill those needs. 'Cause
Yeah,
you're
man.
looking a
It's
little
like,
bit white in the face.
yo, guys, get the
Bitching
Pokegan.
He's
I'm
Alright.
gonna try to see if I can shut the stream down on
Shut
my
it down,
like on the
dude.
YouTube or on the StreamYard. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'll try.
I'll try to
really know.
DDoS attack us and see if I can't take it down. Bullish is hosting it. Does he have a channel?
I think he's asleep. Yeah, he does
Yeah, I
have
think he passed out.
He
Unbelievable.
said he tried to
We-
give me moderator control. I mean, I get it. It got a little bit long, but my God.
He,
Tried to give me moderator control earlier, and then it didn't work or something.
He said,
Oh, I guess
got
just because I see the chat talking about it, and I don't know which chat they're in, like what YouTube channel they're on. If you want the Pokegan, go look at my pinned tweet on my Twitter. The info in one tweet, so I don't have to chase you down on the universe called the internet. That shit is fucking garbage. Be better, people. Lot of people sending me ETH, just not even mentioning anything. Just there's the ETH. I assume it's just a tip. I assume you just wanted to give me 0.7 ETH for this. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, anybody want to claim this? I guess like sending it back.
That's funny.
But it is what it is, man. People just be
People
generous,
are
I guess.
funny, man. Yeah. People
All right,
are
y'all.
real
I'm
funny with
peacing
their
out.
money. I don't pay more
Yep.
power
Thanks
to
for
them.
being here, man. I really appreciate everyone's input. Wales, love you,
For
brother.
sure.
Orca, thank you. Jim Rat, the ultimate hype man. Dude, we have synergy, like godly synergy, bro.
Let's go,
Hell yeah,
baby.
dude.
I'm up
Be
all
here
night.
for episode 2, everyone. Be here for
Yep.
episode 2.
Sunday night,
Just
guys.
beginning.
Be here. That's gonna be way more fun. Trust me.
And
It's
someone
gonna
let me
be
know
amazing.
when Sunday is, so I
sure.
show up.
Yeah, well, I will definitely let you know.
Got
all
you.
right?
We got
All right,
you.
everybody. Be good.
Peace,
Peace out.
guys.
Later.